Do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit!
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all.
Why, hello. How's everybody doing? Okay, a little bit of money there. A little bit of money there. We're doing it. We're making money. There's one more. Oh my lord, what are you doing? Oh, I can't use any of this. Are you profit crafting? And how did you hit so many? They're so good. I really want to wear that one, but I really can't afford a second 12. I really shouldn't even have a 12. I should have just 8s, but I definitely can't afford a second 12. I can squeeze in 112. It's a little rough, but you can squeeze in one. I was gonna ask you if you could try and finish that one. that I have the fracture on. Ooh, money. My big expensive ghastly eye sold. There's one of my bad clusters. Few uniques. Lots of maps. 27 div and 1,000 chaos. I will take it. Thanks. Was that 140 div sale? Yeah, that was the sword. That wasn't mine though. That went to Pineapple. That was Pineapple sword. 138. That was the multi-modded and abyss fractured sword. The one that had both. Yeah. But that wasn't my money. I didn't get to keep that. Well, apparently Tier 0 uniques are getting printed. Let's have a look. Mustn't be too prolific because the price of Tier 0s as dust has stayed the same or slowly gone back up. Huh. Huh. I wonder if that's something I can do solo on this character. The boss, clear the altars, and then open the Legion. Find the gold center and start pumping it. Oh, that's a 50 million. You need like a 50 million. I can blow up fucking 7 ghosted 12 resets deep Uber DPS style fucking thing, right? Yeah, aka penance brand. But you need like a or a group situation where you've got an aura bot or something. You need like a big boy build. Yep. It looks like you don't even really want to clear Legion either. You want to just re-break out the ghosted rares that you can find over and over and over and over and over again. You don't want to clear the Legion. You're just looking for the ones that are ghosted and just hit them again and again and again and again and again and again and again. In the same spot. So yeah, your penance brand should be fucking great. But maybe not for us. But that's okay, because I have a plan for today. So I will do that. And maybe I do it in Canyon. I was going to do it in Mesa. But maybe I just do my new strat in Canyon and try and generate dunes for people to sell. There are already cards in Canyon, right? I mean, it's the Fracturing Orb card. That's not very good. The price on Dunes is basically 0, though. The price on Originator Dunes? Oh, not corrupted. Hold on. Yeah, like 18 to 20 chaos. Strand is only 6. Mace is 15. I was planning on doing my Strat M Mace anyway. Is there a refund all button for the Atlas? There is, but only in gold. And it costs 180,000 gold. That's so much gold. It's less in unmakings. Australia's about to try. Oh, they don't know yet. I don't know if it's going to be good. I mean, I'm about to spec into it, so you're going to find out, but I don't know if it's going to be good. It's also going to be, one of the main reasons, or the main reason that I want to try this is because I know people have been having trouble with Harbingers on this build. And this one has some pretty fucking juiced Harbingers in it. Zoom Relic? It should be. But apparently people have been having their minions, like, get absolutely obliterated. And so I want to find out why. Yes, that was expensive. No, I don't care. Block Anoint fixed it. Yeah, I don't want to take the Block Anoint though. Dum 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 dum. All these points going through the Harbinger. That's a better connection. This will be done in 16.5s. Now, what am I missing still? This wheel? And this wheel? I'm missing something still. On hobbies? Yep. Hobby Beyond and Delirium. Hobby Beyond and Delirium in 16.5s. This is intentionally missing a point because that one's worthless. I could put this one here, but honestly, even having this one's questionable. Increased merging radius is like half as effective because I take this one. Ah, you're right. It's the pack size. That's the bit that's missing. Thank you. Even though pack size itself does not affect Harbinger. Yoink. It's alive with higher end hobbies, but reluctance constantly. Well, that's the question, because I haven't had problems with that in the past, but many people have complained about it this league, which is one of the reasons I'm specking into it right now, to go see what the problem is, right? Like I need to go see the issue. Excuse me. Colonel Tower Shield. 76 craters. Nice. Don't hang out in the middle of the Harbies. I'm going to be entirely honest. The exact center of the Harbingers is where I plan on. Is exactly where I plan on being. Yo, what Maven invite am I missing? I'm missing a fucking passive point. You piece of shit. I haven't done feared yet. We're kind of using it. What scars are we running with this? We haven't even ran a single map yet. So we're not actually running anything, but give me a moment. Let me find the scarabs. Okay. Okay, ready, watch this. Oh, this is the thing that we were just looking at, right? Yes. This person has a serious case of needing to turn off their audio. Otherwise, they're fucked. Okay. That's something. There's something happening in there. My computer died just watching that. Was it a ghost thing? I just finished watching it. And I can go, by the way, I bought my own now. I mean, he could have just kept wearing that one for a while. But thank you. Mm-hmm. How much are those worth? I mean, they're not worth much. Depends on how much of my loot actually comes from the Harbinger. Because it's really like a mapping beyond strat that uses Harbinger to get map drops and beyond mobs to spawn and that shit. So I don't really know whether... I don't really know if like doubling them is really a big deal when like fracturing orbs are only like 3 div and they're rare as fuck. Annuls are free. And like even ancient orbs are what? 4 chaos? Don't know what's better. Ghosts, some like a quarter of all the rares being possessed by random ghosts, or however the fuck many wisps end up in there. I actually don't know what's better either. Nah, we've only really got chance for... We've only really got room for one. Eh. Yeah, let's do it that way. Okay, now let's see if we even have any maps already. Have one. I may need to buy some maps. The actual normal maces are only like 1C. I may not even want to pick those up. I certainly don't want to run singular focus, but we'll start like this and then we'll move some. But I may have to buy a few maps because one mace is probably not going to be enough. I think it was ability to use progress. Nice. Well, you'll do. There's no way they're that cheap. Fuck it. I'll just run currency orbs. Have they reverted that please see fastest thing? Oh, yes, please. I've got 123 second extra my maps, most I've ever got. It's pumped however I am a D10 and I'm opening mine. Okay, fair enough. Alright, well, let's see if my shit gets murdered, I guess. It's got more maps on it. It's got all the things in it. It's on my new tree. And we put Harbinger here for more Harbingers. Lots of crit. Awaken of Patches of Desolation. Impale. All sorts of stuff. I'm less concerned about me dying. It's more about, do my minions live? Oh, there's my fortress already. Lol. Yeah, we don't track currency progress over here. Just money go up. If money go up, strat good. If money go down, strat bad. Well, they don't have any ES regen or any ES leech. So like if you stand in a pack like this, no matter how tanky you are, they will run out of ES, right? Because there just isn't any recovery for that except not getting hit for a while. It's when it goes on to their life. Oh, I died? I wasn't even looking. Yeah, I'm also not worried about the Animate Guardian, because if he's squishy, you just change into, like if he's too squishy, you just get rid of the smiting one, and then he gets like giga health back. Right? So like if that happens, that's fine. The problem will be the Holy Relics themselves. Do the Holy Relics die? They're the issue. Because I can just change back to Bob. There's a DPS on my build. I think I'm only at like 4 or 5 million. I'm really not that geared yet. You can pretty easily get to what Path of Building thinks is about 20 or 25, but when you're playing it, it feels like more than that. Like, I don't know, man, the Path of Building doesn't do a very good job of telling you how much damage you do on this build, and it certainly doesn't tell you how good the build feels. Aha, I see. I was standing in an Awaken of Desolation zone, which I can't do because it's a physical degen. Ooh, one of my specters is nearly dead. Oh, my turtle might actually be dead. Okay, I think we need the block for the specters to live. New Flicker Strike Holy Relic. There's still Flicker Strike ones going around. It's a bit of a meme to do so, but like, you can. Okay, the first thing I gotta do is hide regular maces because there's no way that those are selling. I will not be selling regular maces, I can tell you that. It was a lot slower when I was using the eyes. The bigger, you know, doing it up for it. Building its current state, exclamation mark profile. You can just pull me in. Covenant, still haven't found it. Weapon. I mean, it's playable on a 6-link Covenant, sure. It's playable on a Tabula, but like, it's better in a Dialis by a pretty significant amount. That's a lot of maps. But no originator maps. And also, all those maps are worth 1 chaos. I gotta hide that bullshit right now. Fortress, though. Wow, that's only worth 45, 50 chaos. That is surprising. Are you recouping if you don't sell the 1C maces? Will they even sell? The 1C or 2C? 1. Like... We'll see if somebody buys them or not. Okay. What I do have, however, is a particular set of skills. Is some of these. I thought the same line myself. Some of these, and a knowingness that my minions are a little bit squishy. So, what can I really do about that? I'm less worried about myself, so I could lose 3 like that. 4, 5, we can do that. Wait, what are we talking about? No filter is hiding 2 div cards. A bunch of the worst. One is 15C and the other is 25. Is Filter Blade moving around my cards again, or did a card fucking fly up? Hold on. Do they need to take minion block nodes specifically for Harbingers potentially? What are the cards that are missing here? Because Giga Chat is very strict, but It's also not for public, which is why I get away with it being very strict, but that doesn't mean that I don't want to know if I've made a mistake somewhere. If there's like expensive cards. Did you get to watch the video link to? Yeah, I watched it right away. It looked gross and that person needs to turn their sounds off or they're fucked. It's just a slideshow. I did watch the slideshow you linked right away. Says the price on that is 2.8 chaos. And yet, it is absolutely not. Yep. Okay. What else did you have? I'm also writing the Mad King down because I'm pretty sure I turned off C and D tier in yesterday's update on the generic filter for everyone. And it'll be in there too. Honestly, that can stay as well. And that can stay. No. See if there's a card that's linked here. Nope, no idea. I don't know what ibb.co is. I assume it's a screenshot. It does not look like it wants to load. Holy fuck, that's the slowest loading screenshot I've ever seen. I should have been. Is that a list of cards that you edited in my filter to be higher? Is that what that is? You can interrupt the holy relics. It does not. It does not interrupt the holy relics. Okay, let's check some of these cards that you've got here. Huh. Says it's worth 2 chaos and is therefore okay to be turned off. Nope. Actually 6. That's crazy. All the tier filtering is off. Like, I want a 6 chaos card still. Like, what do you, I want a 6 chaos card still. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Fuck that nonsense. It is 5% of a div, right? Yeah, see, I don't want to pick that up either. Inch and Chiselsworth 4C. Sure. Is it? Two. 2.3. And this is a Giga Chad filter, right? So like, I mean 8, but there aren't actually any for sale. Like, you couldn't instantly trade that, so I wouldn't value it. That one I will. That one I will. You'll sell.
Get your Magic Find characters ready.
I bought one yesterday for 5 div. Okay, the other ones I'm gonna look at here is the Hive. Nope, fuck you. Not at that price. Yeah, it's a stretch. I can put it on. Okay. So most of those are only in the 2 to 3C bracket, which I just won't, I don't care about in the Giga Chad filter. That's not something I want to deal with. So I want to do Anarchy's price. Okay, cool. That's already on. And the Polymath, which is already on. Okay, cool. And the Mad King, which already moved. Okay. Oh, while I'm here, I couldn't find the build. Is it on Twitch? Exclamation mark HR for the entire build guide. And if you just want to see where my character is at currently, you can just load it in from exclamation mark profile. How we pricing the blood-filled vessels? They stopped selling, so I stopped making them. If you're lucky, they might sell for like 8 chaos now. Maybe. I have no idea what people were using them for or why they stopped selling. Now, on the after 2 void stones filter, so you're running right now. I'm still running Malevolence. I'm still in that setup. Otherwise, the exact one from the guide. I haven't changed anything. Now, next. Maybe I will keep maces on. I mean, if there's still 1 chaos a piece and people are just going to pick them all up, sure. I'll just dump them all in there every time. Now, you move up. Good, you're already on. And you move up. Is there still no way to check DPS and Holy Relic? I mean, there's a way to check our relative DPS in for Holy Relic. And in the FAQ, which you can find at FAQ, it'll show you how to pick the relative DPS. The important thing about that is when I say relative DPS, I mean it's pretty consistent in what it shows compared to other Holy Relic builds. If yours says you're doing 25 and somebody else's says they're doing 20 and you play both of them, you will feel like you're doing 25% more damage than the other guy. But the actual numbers that are showing are not correct. But it's still good to figure out. It's still good to figure out whether it's an upgrade or a downgrade. It's pretty reliable in that sense. But it is the end number isn't right. Or at least it doesn't match the feeling of every other build you ever play with similar DPSs. All right, done. I fixed those cards. Also, thank you for pointing out those cards. And I have no idea, even in Filterblade, it just says they're worth 2C. And they're actually 25C cards. And I did, like, Filterblade's price that says 2C. And you're like, no? They're actually 25C? If you don't fucking mind? After getting 2 stone shit done, 4 stones. Also, to the person looking for an updated guide for this build, it's literally wait, does this not work? Does exclamation mark HR not work on YouTube? The fuck? No. Yeah, there it is. It is. It's Relic. Yep. There's the written guide right there. That was fully upgraded, fully updated to this league. Well, so I'm guessing there's some old guide going around. Naval officer got changed. Filterblade is probably pulling from the trade API, not fastest. Almost certainly. And that will be leading people to fast fix them, apparently. Jesus. Okay, sure. What's that fucking Ring MTX doing that? What is making that happen? Everybody remember the crypto getting through the coastable challenge. Huh. Okay, sure. Oops. Damn it. I rolled over one. It should take less than 10 cows to make any of these. Damn it. Damn it. Well, I guess I'll have to be a little bit more forgiving then. I can be more forgiving than this. Whenever you're rolling your own maps for like tier 17s or 16.5s, you always got to figure out like a... Fuck, I did it again. I couldn't see because of this stupid... Go away. Yeah, that's better. You always got to figure out like a balance between how many chaos it takes to roll a map on average. And just be like, okay, well, we'll let through another thing then. Until you get a good one, right? So, probably not. Yo, what the fuck is going on here? Behave. You know what? I don't need you. The other two will be fine. Elkin Scour? What do you got all day? What would be the biggest damage increase you have in the in-game? Probably change into Lycia would be the biggest damage increase. Also, I don't even have an Amenamahu's jewel. That would also be a huge damage increase. Yeah, okay, I'm pretty sure my minions are completely unkillable now. What are we farming? Harbingers, Beyond, Maps. All that shit. Money, hopefully. I have a question about a large cluster. I thought it was it affects us. It affects us, the player. It makes us attack faster, and we like that. Like, I get to roll my maps in like 10C now. I didn't allocate it on the tree. It's not spiritual aid, it's spiritual command. Increases and reductions to minion attack speed also affect you. No, Spectre is running. Exclamation mark, Spectre. Made a command for it and everything. A divine orb. If you use 4 points of the tree to fit everything in. Nope. You just have the 12% RMR right there instead of reduced mana cost. It's fine. Good. I did put that in on YouTube. Sweet. I'm running the miscreation for the 100% increased damage. Yeah, that one's actually trash. Its uptime is only like 25 to 30%. So like it's really nice when it's got its buff on, but it doesn't actually have its buff on most of the time. Just looks really good in Path of Building. It was 100% uptime. So does Path of Building. That's why everybody wants to use it. That's also why I wanted to use it. I had it in earlier iterations of this build as well. Because I didn't realize its uptime was fucking horrendous. I just didn't know. The turtle's attack is hilarious. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even notice the turtle had an attack. Very rarely does he ever actually reach something in time to do an attack. he walks so fucking slow. Where is the guy? For Druid, do you think there'll be more than one transformation? Yes. Yes, we do. I think I'm already not a fan of this over clostering. I wouldn't even call that settling. That's fucking fantastic. Minimum 6 life, minimum 3 on either all res or chaos res. And minimum 3 on the attack and cast. And it has to be 35%. You're good. That's good. How's the YouTube membership today? Yo, we're only like an hour and a half in. We've had like 5 or 6 YouTube members joining the entire league. I'm not going to bully them too much an hour and a half in. The problem, of course, with cloistering is that there's just no reason to do any more increases to the build with cloistering. Like, it doesn't... Like, I was able to do it ages ago. There's no reason to get stronger. In the patch. Oh, they did something. If you kill mobs that are specific mobs near the walls, they sort of chain explode to make breaking the walls a little bit easier. Is nowhere near good enough. It's still trash. I thought by the way they described it that they were just going to give us a button to break all the walls, and then they just didn't. Just like I thought by the way that they described it that making the breach encounters more rewarding directly would mean they were going to make ground loot drop. Like, we're going to have more chaos and divines and uniques and gear drop from these things. But what they really did was just give it more graph flood. And then they added extra walls to the hives, making them worse to run. It's crazy. Making better for builds that weren't already crushing it, but for us it makes it worse. Yeah. It is certainly very helpful for the 6 people playing melee. Those walls that channel them into gaps, that makes it a lot better for the 6 people who are playing melee. But it just makes it worse for everyone else, and it makes it take longer, which is crazy. I'd actually rather they reverse that. I'm fine with the walls, thanks. Well, again, it's just a button. Just put a button to blow up all the walls. Just give me a button to blow up the walls. What do you think about putting Feeding Frenzy in your Animate Guardian? I think your Animate Guardian dies. And so do you. Because he runs away from you, actively looking for combat, and therefore leaving you without your Ephemeral Garb or Kingmaker buff. 10% more sounds good. Yep. I mean, if you have a Balin, then you can get Feeding Frenzy. Boop. Research of malevolence in the min-max tree because I replace it with aspect. You don't have to. But it feels like we got enough damage at that point. And so I go for getting tankier. What do you think about the one of the Prophet Flask? The one that gives you divination cards buff? Yeah, like over half of those buffs are still really useful to us. Like over half. So. And I'm already running a gold flask. So you just replace the gold flask you already have with that one and it's good. How do you make money on the Harvey Beyond strat? I'm not right now. We just tested it. By earning gold for King's March mappers. I mean, you earn gold no matter what you do. As long as you're wearing a gold flask in your build, gold is a non-issue. I think the only way you run out of gold is if you don't actually play the game. Minion life you drop for Empower? Yes. Yep. I have 28% rarity there, 30% rarity there, another 30% for the Kingmaker. And then that's just like, okay, now I'm fucking drowning in it. Like the Kingmaker giving extra rarity as well is it's kind of a lot. Basically just a cult build masquerading as a minion build. Yes. That is exactly what it is. It's basically a cock build masquerading as a minion build. Or a minion build masquerading as a cock build? Because, I mean, it is still a minion build. You are scaling minion damage. It is minions that do it, but you're pretending to be a cock build. I think it's that way around. Gold Flask works for minion kills. Yes. Player rarity works for all minion kills. Look at my dudes out here doing harvest, finding themselves some tier 4 seeds. Get in there, buddy. Hey, a divine. Hey, a divine. Hey, a divine. No divine. Ash's 26% quality and an enhance in a red socket, just a level 3 enhance, brings you to the cap. Because the mastery adds 20, and that's not in the tooltip. So I'm actually at 129 with a 27% Ashes. I don't really have a shipping strat. I just send Blue Xanthium places. I just do this over and over again. Never replace Empower. We replace the added chaos or vile toxin depending on where you're used to. Kingmaker better compared to the staff. I'm still using the staff so the Animate Guardian doesn't die. Why would the Kingmaker instead of the staff make the Animate Guardian die? That doesn't make sense. Was Xanthium better than Grains? No. So Blue Xanthium is for these baby shipments that you can send like 6 of a day. Right? And you can just do, like, you can do this twice a day if you have them all doing Blue Xanthium, and 2 out of 3 of them will return with the Divine. But the better strat is to be growing corn and wheat and send big shipments once every like 4 or 5 days. Which I have enough to do, I'm pretty sure. But I haven't got around to sending my big shipments yet. Staff has block. Kingmaker has fortify. What are the small blues Byzantium shipments? I've been sending 15,000 and 360,000 dust because that's an equal value. Whatever amount you send, you don't have to send 15. It could be 10, 20, whatever. But dust doubles the value of that shipment, the return, up to the value cap that you're on. So if it says the value up the top is 200,000, then you want to send 200,000 dust with that. Right? Worth capping the resistance of the minions. Not only is it worth it, it's literally part of the build. I have a minion res roll on a bone ring. In all of the things. There is a poison chance. It's all in the FAQ. Can have a look in there. Are you gonna leave your switch from 20 to 21? Nope. You don't lose the Animate Guardian no matter what you do. You can take that Animate Guardian out whenever you want. You can buy a new gem. You can swap the gem from a smiting to a regular one. Back to the smiting again. Whatever. Put in a different piece of gear. It doesn't matter. Pop him back out again. He's got all his gear. The only way to destroy or hurt your Animate Guardian is to accidentally leave him on the bar and then press that button in a map somewhere when you moused over a piece of gear and just straight up replace the gear that he's wearing with garbage rares off the floor. Don't do that. So whenever you're done, just make sure he's not in the bar. He was changing gear and it was in a trigger weapon. Oh no. I didn't know that was a thing that people did. That would be that would be not great. I'll just leave it. It's fine. I'll fix it. I'll fix it eventually. Also, I make the same one every time. I'm always making on 8 passives. Why are you surprised? Why is this still a shock? I'm always making at least one of my clusters as an 8. I can deal with one being a 12, but I can't do 2 12s. 2 12s is too many points. I just know you're wrong and I'm right. Yeah, except I literally don't have the points. I mean, you're right. I could make the build shit so that I could put in a 12-point cluster because that's what everyone else uses. Or I could put in the right thing. Like those are the options. You can put on your blinders and just make the same cluster everyone else makes because that's what everyone else does. Or you can make the right one for the build. 8 is the right number. 8 is the right number for one of them. We can afford a 12 and 12s are a lot more value. But the biggest value that we get is out of jewels. And it's real hard to squeeze the amount of points out to be able to take 2 12s. So you could have a 12, but a second one is insane. Like where do I find the points? Like, you just start making your build shittier and shittier to like fit in a second 12 because it's the right thing to do because everybody else does it, but it's not right. And if you ever want to go to triple cluster setups, which is probably the best setup in existence, then you cannot afford any 12s. All 3 have to be 8s. Although, if I was going to go to a triple cluster setup, I actually probably wouldn't even build a 3rd cluster. I would try and put a voices in and just not have a 3rd. The 3rd one would be a voices. That's what I would do. Yeah, megalomaniacs are a no-go. Because we don't need notables. There are no notables that are good for us. Minion cluster jewels just don't have... Like, the notables on minion cluster jewels aren't good unless you're making crit minions. Which, like, that's the only thing it really supports is crit minions. Right? And without crit minions, there's just nothing there. The submission was just gonna be wrong. Okay, but I can't afford that much. We can make it a little easier because I don't necessarily have to have it be as good as the other one. It needs to have just a combination of either all res, attack speed, or chaos res. I don't actually care which suffix is. If it didn't have attack speed, I don't care. I don't know if that makes it slightly easier. Like it can just have any combination of them instead of the specific ones. The funniest thing is because we use 1/8 and 1/12, you could actually get away with like putting on a 10 or a 9 or an 11. Like it actually doesn't matter. Like you could actually do that. But you would never intentionally fracture a 35% on something that wasn't either 8 or 12. Right? Because like that would be like, imagine just having an 11 and like spending your fracturing orb on it. Like, no, absolutely not. That would be a sin, is what that would be. You do it to make everyone mad? Make 2 10s instead of making a 12 and an 8, just make 2 10s. Just to upset every person who looks at it. Ah. I think pineapple would murder you. Ozzy, wouldn't that be cheaper? No, because the crafting method is the same, and you still have to hit the fracture. Like the reason pineapple thinks that the 8 is bad has absolutely nothing to do with build creation or whether what's right or wrong for the build, and everything to do with the market. Because when I'm done with it, my 8 passive cluster that costs just as much to make is worth a quarter the amount in resale value, because other builds don't want it. Other builds all want 12s. So the resale value on your investment is way, 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 way better if you make it on 12s. Right? And that's the reason it upsets Pineapple, because she's the crafter who also makes the majority of her money through market stuff and crafting for things. So resale value is very important. I couldn't care less. Personally. Yeah, it's just Elder Slam, craft a ring or buy a ring or craft a ring with everything except either the mana gain on hit or the reflect fizz, which I'm not even using the reflect fizz bit yet, and then just Elder Slam. Rolling levels is movement speed. Nope, it gains a ton of health and a ton of damage. 12.5% more damage per level up to level 30, and then 8% more past that per level. Multiplicative. Nope, I don't see a ring. Oh, nice. You did that thing. Yeah, I love that thing. Get resistances. Nice. Okay. Let's go back in. And the wiki is just missing that. The wiki is missing a lot. Yeah. Empower better than Toxin? Yes, and enhance. Both. Cluster would sell for on the market with an 8? I don't know. Less than a 12. Because I love endurance charges. But it definitely made some of the other gearing awkward. Oh, you got an endurance charge synth ring for it? That's fantastic, actually. I love that. I assume you've also, if you've gone that far, I assume you've opted for the endurance charge anoint as well. So you have 7 of them, I would imagine. It's 8 with the anoint. Ah, it's 9 if you're wearing the right boots. If you're going that route because you love endurance charges and you want to stack the fuck out of them, which I do agree with, that's fine. You're probably wearing the always count as full endurance charges boots with an endurance charge corruption on them. And then you don't worry about generating them at all. You just have them. Or you could do what I think Diggs is getting at and make those boots death's doors. So that you could have an extra endurance charge as well. But I'd rather go with the Relicash. That just count as always full and then not have to worry about generating them. You could use bleed bow is back. Back in what sense? Was it 115? What did I miss? Nothing. The 20% from the mastery doesn't show on the tooltip. So you're actually at 135. Doing Ubers comfortably on it? Oh, okay, let's go. What do I do about chilled ground? What do I do about it? It's on my boots. Oh, new lightning coil is a single model now. The new lightning coil does seem really strong. Oh, you mean shield ground with relic ash? Suffer? I mean, you keep this one for 50% reduced effective chill, and you can get like another 50 or very close to it on a jewel to make chill ground not slow you a lot. Oh man, I was portaling. I didn't even look. I was portaling. I didn't even look. What got me there? You go up and I ended up with Valside areas and beasts. Ooh, for me, it's Harbinger. Harbinger, but we go to them, please. Well, look, this is definitely making a profit, but I don't think this has got anything on cloistering. Cloistering is so better. Oh, look, a divine orb. I don't know how my minions aren't dead in here, but they're not. Yeah, my minions don't give a fuck. My minions don't give a fuck. They actually couldn't care less what you do to them. The Crown Preserve mana? Yes, it's a 25% aura. Like Harold's. Yo, my specters actually, and my specters and Animate Guardian actually don't give a fuck what you do to them. Look, they're all still full after all that. They don't give a fuck. I spec'd out I spec'd out these 2 damage nodes and a few floating life nodes, and I just pathed to down here and took this. So they got another 30% block and spell block, and then got recover on life. I just took that block wheel, and now they don't give a shit at all. They don't care even the tiniest amount. They're just immortal. Does it convert to minions? No. Give me that. Hi. Because I want to do Harbinger stuff in tier 17s, but my dudes keep falling over. Yeah, at the beginning I was like, they didn't actually die, but they lost enough life that I was like, Well, Lassina centered completely on his conk ground, which means the doctrine is not that useful. No. It converts all of that conk ground into more of the profane ground that you need for the Lycia Ascendancy to work. Ooh, no idea what that was though. That'd be... Oh, it's perfect actually. Oh, it's actually perfect. Oh, it's actually sexy as fuck. Oh god, where do I pull points from? I don't have any points to spare. Well, I should be able to spare that one. Should be able to spare that one for now. Do you ever call this pops? No. And that is the problem. Okay, so the problem is I need these points back to be able to do the cluster jewel. So I couldn't even have a forbidden set because I didn't have a second cluster. Right? Like that's the second I didn't have any jewel sockets. Without a second cluster, you can't even fit in a forbidden set. I have some pops, but it's just Asenaths. Which I did take spiritual aid so that it works. But it's not... Asenaths is not like... Oh, yeah. Okay, let's put that in there. I gotta find 2 more points still. God damn, I took away everything. It's so hard. Okay. What else? I can't really give that up. I could if I found a way to get corrupted. Blood immune. I can give up another 6% life. What enables the occultist swap? Mistress of Sacrifice or Svalin? I actually don't even know if I need this Abyss Jewel. Let's get rid of that. And it will affect minions? No, that'll only affect the player. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Those are the ones I want to get rid of. And Svalin, they're the same price right now. Hmm. Hmm. Well, I think most importantly, if I really want to play with that ring later, I can rebuy it. It does seem to have like, it seems to have like stopped around 60 div. Like it's floating a little between like 55 and 60 all the time, but it doesn't seem to be skyrocketing anymore. Being said, I mean, I do also have 40, which will be enough for the forbidden set that I need when I swap. I could do the whole occultist thing right now, I think. I could do the occultist swap and buy the forbidden jewels I need to go with it, with a Svalin. I think I could do the whole thing. Legit, join the occult? Is it join the occult time? Are we doing it? Okay, for now I can take these two back ones. Right? If you join the occult, you 1000% cannot run that Harvey strat. I 1000% can. I know what I'm doing. Okay, let's just put that one in for now. And whatever. Those two, which I don't need. These are not jewels I actually need, but we'll just chuck them in the end here for now. Okay, fuck it. Let's put the ring up. $56 divine orbs. That is correct. We'll lower that while we're here. 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 That can stay. That can go down one. The pure damage. We don't care about crit. It only scales the hit damage portion, which means it's only about 4.5% more damage, but it does shit per like consecrated ground everywhere, which is highly valuable. Didn't press that wrong, did I? Nope. Somebody just showed up immediately. Ah, it was to buy a different thing. Okay. All right. Well, first of all, let's finish this map that's open before I go do anything. Finish this map that's open before I go do anything. What the fuck? You know what? Sure. It's such a rarity that somebody messages me for something that's in my stash tab that I'm surprised when it happens. Like it's just, I'm like, oh, what? Sure. Like, I'm still using dump tabs because, like, I don't know, man. The stuff that I pick up has to go somewhere. It's like someone calling to order a pizza rather than using the app. Yeah, it's weird, man. Okay, so I dropped that block node just then, and then suddenly, yes, Anime Guardian can take damage again. So that is a legitimate problem. Without the block node, the Harvey Strat could be quite dangerous. Yeah, fracturing. Nice. Running farm harbingers. I mean, it's harbingers, Delhi, beyond, and like giga map drops and shit as well. But the danger part is certainly the harbingers. Spectres using exclamation mark specters. Yeah, it's definitely an overrunning. Has to be 195. Fine. I mean, eventually you want it to be 100 for rounding purposes. But the only important thing is that you get 100% poison chance total. So I think there are breakpoints. I think the highest breakpoint is 94. There's on the website, on the written website, there's a graph that shows you the effectiveness of your chance to poison jewels compared to the darkness enthralled belts, so that you know where all the breakpoints are for the jewels you have, and you can like buy the most efficient belt for you on currency. Yeah, we definitely want to cultist pops. It's just too many mobs at this point. Like this sort of stuff, it's overrun with targets. We need the big pops. And the other bright side, an occultist swap is a big enough swap to actually bother doing a YouTube update, because I haven't really made any upgrades. I just got like a little bit better jewels. Because I'm hitting do the Witchbane jewel. Yes. The Witchbane jewel is not as good as the occultist pop, but it is a decent stand-in. What's the advantage of going the occultist swap versus the forbidden flame jewels? Honestly, the forbidden flesh and flame jewels are more expensive. I just slapping occultist pop forbidden flesh and flame jewels on the necromancer is a fantastic option. It's a hugely fantastic option. They're expensive as fuck. What's it called? Profane Bloom. Honestly, they're not that bad. You're also getting Void Beacon too? Yeah, Void Beacon's great and all. But like, what if I just did Profane Bloom? And then used the gloves still so I could spec out of this thing and get Lycia as a necromancer. Then I could keep my mistress. I could keep the bone barrier and the more life. I don't feel like I need the damage from Void Beacon right now. I feel like my bigger concern right now with these more difficult strats is just my minions staying alive. Jesus. This guy's been farming. Honestly, the set I was gonna buy was almost this expensive anyway. So let's do this. Let's do it this way. Yeah, because I would like to go into some like tier 17 strats and shit as well. Oh, and there goes the ring. To do. Ba-ba-dum, bum, ba-ba-dum-dum, bum. Oh no, 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 no. Okay, well, I'm about to be immortal with occultist pops. Far more immortal than I was with occultist pops. And I'm broke again. That's fine, right? That's fine, right? Some of the gloves while playing PoE because of you. Actual game changer. Actually, it is legitimately so fucking good. Okay, that can change to there for now. Right. That lets my frostblink go there. I think that'll be fine. Ooh, will it? 70, 49. Yeah, it will. Okay, so you get to come out. You get to go back in. Yellowstone volcano is about to... I don't even know what that is. Well, I mean, I don't even know where that is probably the more appropriate thing. Okay. Change to go with that is... You still need the gloves you don't, right? I will be changing the gloves also. Wow. 2020 Summon Raging Spirits are a div. What? Like, what? Kind of chocolates have been to Flesh and Jewels were cheap. They were way cheaper than I was expecting. That's why I was like, you know what? Sure. Like, I'll just take that. Never mind. I was set wrong. That didn't make sense. I don't know what I had set wrong, but I just like loaded a new page instead. And I was like, ah, there it is. No, it's nice to have some anime guardian as with the path of building. You are correct. I was lazy and did it wrong. I was poor at the time. Don't worry about it. You guys know the market is just crazy? Yes, I did know. That's been like that for a while, but if I ever try and do it, it'll work one time and one time only. It will take very few people to break that. I wouldn't tell anyone if you're doing it. If 10 extra people pick it up, it's over. It's just not that used of a thing. Need a green. 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 Give me a green. I triple dare you. Nailed it. Perfect. Are you going that fast on the bench? You can just control click 2 socket, 3 socket, 2 socket, 3 socket. You don't have to click craft anymore. You what? You can just control click them. You don't have to press craft. Have I confused anyone? Okay, so we swap over to that one right there. And ta-da, we're reflect immune. But how else am I gonna do this then? Okay, so I'm gonna have to find a gem to drop. I may not be able to run Feeding Frenzy yet until I replace something else. When the hell did they do that? I don't know, like a year and a half, 2 years ago? I'm gonna drop the Malevolence? Yeah, but I can't afford to put Crab anywhere in my gear right now. So without that, no, it wasn't last league. Do you need Crab? I mean, I could just drop Malevolence and not run anything temporarily. If I was not going to put Crab on though, I would put Aspect of the Spider on. For even more damage and an AoE hinder and slowing everything down. But you make a good point. What if I just don't use either thing? Like, what if I do nothing? Hmm, 20% less damage from any boss you're face tanking is a pretty fucking large amount. Is Spider better than Skitterbots? Yes, because we already have a 20% shock on every boss in existence from the graph. So the Skitterbot doesn't do anything. This guy right here is just giving a 20% shock constantly all the time on every boss. It's shock ground too, so it's 20% on Ubers. It doesn't matter. We just have a 20% shock all the time. $30% on Ubers? Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. If I don't replace anything, then I can just, like, if I just don't use an aspect at all, then I suddenly have a fuck ton of mana left. I'll replace the helmet anyway, because I won't need that socketed. I will also have to replace my gloves, which means my specters are going on the floor. Which is not ideal, but it is what'll happen. I hate when you have to do that. It makes me nervous all the time. But first things first, let's load up and path the building. Can you just change your gloves in town? Sure, except my gloves are about to become gloves that only have three sockets in them, which means my whole minion setup has to come from my gloves to my helmet. But I can do my absolute favorite super budget helmet, which is just, here's a 6% life note for like 9 chaos. That's fine, right? Nobody minds that. Not +2 lightning. Shouldn't need it. Animate Guardian shouldn't die. Okay, so I want 1 red and 3 blues for now. There we go. Okay, so that'll be where they go when I swap, right? Then one of you, probably Temper Shield, is going to have to go in here, right? It being a problem searching for the minions are reflect immune right up until we do what we're about to do, which is this. I'm going to put this bitch on instead, and I'm going to respec this node and take a Lycia Ascendancy. Okay, so that's gonna have to be what for what? Well, I'm unspecking the Unholy Might because this is gonna give me Unholy Might. However, it's only gonna give it a 25% chance on hit, which means it'll be up most of the time, but if I enter a reflect map, they'll be all physical on their first hit, and they will just fucking one-shot themselves. If you don't deal with reflect. So hence you and your minions take reflect physical damage, right? To deal with that. Or I could just not run a reflect map, but fuck you, I don't want to not run more maps. Oh, I'm going to test it with just the ring to see if they like can live long enough to not need the other ascendancy, but the other half of your reflect immune is coming from here. But I'm hoping that 50% reduced will be enough to just stop them from dying. Because they only need to not kill themselves until they proc a 25% chance to be chaos, and then they'll leech themselves straight back up to full. Right? But 44 mil damage and deal conditions without doing this swap. Okay, so the big thing about this swap, right, isn't that I'm swapping the gloves out, it's what the Lycia Ascendancy gives me. Right? which is not that one, which is Malediction, which is 10% reduced damage taken, 10% increased damage done to them, and some crit. The crit doesn't matter, and 20% increased effective curses, which is great, and also Chaotic Might. 30% of physical is extra chaos damage. Depending on your dual setup and how super giga geared you are, it'll be somewhere between 35 and 45% more damage. And the gloves is what enables that swap, because you have to get Unholy Might somehow. Right? And how you went back to Holy Relic? Yep. Okay, so Tainted Chromes. If I have them. I have 3 Tainted Chromes. I literally just need you to be chrome color, one of each. Go. 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 Fuck you. I'll buy more Tainted Chromes. No, I won't. I'll just use the bench. The Flame Profane Bloom Jewels is spiking. Was 30 div, now 40 already.
Get your magic flame characters ready.
That's why I jumped on it as soon as I saw it that cheap. I was like, at 30? That's so cheap. Wait, I'll stay a Necromancer. But then as soon as I said that out loud, I was like, oh, I gotta pull the trigger on that now. Like, I gotta pull the trigger on that now, though. Otherwise, it'll just disappear. At least 1 green. There it is. Perfect. Okay. In Bloom is better than Plaguebringer. It is better for map, clear. Wendigo Enhancer of Vile Toxins. As soon as you have an Ashes that's at least 26% quality. Woo. It's a megabyte, says else. Yes. Okay. We're going to have to, I'm gonna clip this bit. Okay, I'm gonna marker it because this needs to become a short. Okay, so we're in the precarious position of having to move our expensive raised specters. We have to get them out of our gloves and into a new helmet because we're changing gear. So to do this the safest way, we're going to do a few things. We're going to start by just taking off our weapon. I don't want to bone offering it off the floor. I'm going to check my graphs. There are no offering graphs on my build. So there is nothing. There's no detonate dead. There's no corpse removal anywhere. Fantastic. Now I know that. I'm going to de-summon my other minions because they're just visual clutter that get in the way. So now I only have specters and no offerings. So now, when I take my raised specter gem out, all 3 of them drop on the floor right here in my hideout. Now I cannot leave my hideout. They're on the floor right now. Cannot leave my hideout. But it's okay because I have prepped the gear change that I wanted to do. So I'm going to go ahead, put the new specter into my helmet. Get my new gloves on. This bit you could do later, but I already prepped the whole change, so it's fine. And now, my specters have moved, my corpses are still on the floor, my offering is still off. Now I can press my target corpse button, and I can see all of them on the floor again. Right? And we can just pick them up again, like we never lost them to begin with. And there's my specters back. Ta-da! Now take that back off my bar, and I can put my thing back on, summon my other minions back up, and stop worrying about it. Yeah, I marked both sides of that. Hopefully it was under a minute. If it wasn't, I'll have to slip it into a real video. But I wanted to be super clear and not rushed about it, so we'll see. No, I didn't have the money to get a +2. I would have got a +2 for another like 11 div or something during the change. But I just bought Forbidden Flesh and Flame Jewels for Profane Bloom, so that I could have Profane Bloom and a Svalin. So it was like, okay, but amount of money, that's it. So we didn't get a helmet to go at the same time. Okay, I'm just going to change zones real quick. So we can do some things here, like import my build and see what's going on with my block chance. Okay, so we're a little bit over, which is great. We're a little bit over on resistances too, which is also great. Good, because I want to drop that and change it to the other 2 max. Can I drop this whole wheel? I don't think so. Oh, I can. I can drop that whole wheel. It does fuck my fire res a tiny bit though. I can fix that with a tattoo. That's fine. Use these instead of profane. Yes. They're not as good, but you can. Corroded Blood Wheel, you can go from the left side. Ooh, good call, actually. Well, I kind of want to stay as over on Lightning. No, because that's fire. Fire's down this side, right? And I kind of want to stay as over on Cold and Lightning as I possibly can anyway. Right? So that I can take altars. But it's okay. I can put 1 or 2 fire res tattoos on just to cap. Is he overall 60? 60 technically. But like, whatever. If you go into negative res a little, who cares? Right? But like, you just want to be over by whatever you can be over, right? Like if you're not 60 over, but you're in a Svalin, you'll take a negative res altar anyway. But like, there's no, like, I wouldn't drop out of, I mean, I could drop out of cold to go into lightning, but you know. Fire res tattoo to cap res instead of block. How classic, right? Okay, so let's not worry about any of that. What I want to worry about is this one. I wish this would tell me how much over I was. Like, am I over? Like, what if I get rid of, well, let's just say I get rid of a 15%er. How much lower am I now? Exactly 15. Okay, so I am not over. All right. Well, my next question is, how much do I need to get rid of that? Like, let's just say. Nah. You wouldn't though, would you? But what if I did? What if I got block capped without Mistress? I drop Unnatural. I drop Mistress. I take Plaguebringer to get that 10% more, 10% reduced and 30% area. And I take Lycia Ascendancy. Is that okay? What if I do that? How do you get block cap without offering? Fucking with difficulty. Too expensive for me to do now. Too expensive for me to do now, I'll tell you that much. Tattoos are expensive. You could drop the gloves first, overtaking Plaguebringer? Really? I don't know, man. The gloves give me an extra fucking jewel. But yes, it's the Red Nightmare and Fire Res tattoos right here. Red Nightmare goes here with Fire Res tattoos is how you do that. Expensive is the answer. Looks like I do still need that Chaos Res node from my Timeless. That's fine though. Honestly, you gotta find 10% spell block. No, you don't. You take this wheel to go with it at the same as the tattoos, and then the you get the mastery back for 1% chance to block. Nope, not that. Huh. Nope, okay, it isn't that. I fucking wonder where I got my spell block. I don't know, but I did it. I guess you get 6 there. Maybe I put a tattoo on them too. I don't know. I don't know, but you can do it. That's all that matters, is you can do it. Oh, I think I changed the +2 max on spell. I think that's what I did. Because we're already really tanky to spells. I think I just went 1 lower on spells and took the 1% chance to block spells per 5% chance to block attack. Because it's like attacks were the only dangerous bit anyway. So I was just like, you know what, 89, 90 is fine. Like instead of 90, 90, 90, 89. But then you end up with 24 over, right? It's like, let's see, if I drop that right now, for instance, right? And I take this, we're nearly there, right? Like you're nearly there. Then the Red Nightmare goes there. And just on its own, it doesn't do a lot. But then you go Fire Res tattoos. And then you end up block capped. I guess that's how you do it. But I mean, that also requires like, you have to take another dual socket somewhere else, and the extra dual socket is also for Rational Doctrine, which I really want. Like it's a lot, right? It's a lot to do that. I did that because I was changing to Occultist and I wanted to get all my block back. And plus, I just got a percent life one. I couldn't afford any of the plus levels. You want plus levels. Okay, so really importantly though, I can change that back. I can change that back. We have way too much spell block now though. Oh, right. Because I've got this mastery changed. Still got a bit too much spell block. 9%. I'm going around the small side. We're not losing that. Enhance only we hit the next break point. Yes, which is a 26% quality ashes. As soon as you have a 26 or above ashes, then you can change to enhance. That won't change me to 0, will it? Oh, it does. Interesting. Did you get an Atomized as well? No, and I should have done that way earlier than these changes. That's a way earlier change than where I'm at. It's a you need to get Rational Doctrine too. I mean, in an ideal world, yes, but the Pain Artist guy will do for a while. Do you need the Whispers of Doom Anoint now? Actually, now specifically more than ever, I need the Whispers of Doom Anoint, because I need that Pain Zealot until I can afford a Rational Doctrine, which are only like 10 to 12 div, so it's not that bad. Passive building. The 70, but the PoE character sheet shows 69. Does it not count tattoos? It should count tattoos. I have no idea why it wouldn't. Okay, so I need that back. Gets us over that. Okay, so we took that one, and that one back. I'm gonna have to take one more jewel, which is gonna be, would it be better to take, well no, I want these back. So is it better to take int travel nodes or strength travel nodes? Drop the keyboard. Yeah, I took it back out again. I think I'd rather tattoo over int nodes. Right? Although, for a little bit, I won't have to worry about it because I can't afford a rational doctrine right now. So it doesn't matter. But I will have to take those floating life nodes away and replace them with this node, which is where my rational doctrine will go, which will give me 2 more tattoos that are int ones. Now I can lose those 2. Put those 3 auras back on again. I suppose they poison capture them and a Mahu's in that slot. Boom. I have 1 extra dual socket right here. Which for now I'm just going to put one of these in. But eventually I can have the Amida Mahus in there. It was all planned out. Actually, I hit temporal chains anyway. So I'm still doing the temp chains on hit. I would have preferred to have hit despair and been able to give the explode gloves to my animate guardian. That would be better. But I had a lot of them. I sold a bunch of implicits. Are there any implicits which should look like on a doctrine jewel? No, but you should pay attention to what your stats will look like in Path of Building, because there may be benefits to getting like +3 int or +2 int or +3 strength, or like, and those won't affect the price because nobody values them at all. But if you really plan it out in Path of Building and work out that it would be really easy if you got +2 or 3 or 1 to a specific stat, you can quite often get that as an implicit on the rational doctrine, which can help. That can help a lot. Otherwise, no. Sorry, the int doctrines are expensive. Okay, that has not affected the price of that in the past. So, oops, I guess. I don't know. Oops, daisy. My bad. Right, we go to the bathroom and then I need to do a Lycia carry. I will be back in a moment. Whew. Okay. Dad got back home with one more fucking drawers to carry upstairs. That was some bullshit. My muscles sore. At least I didn't have to do it at the other side. Whew. All right. Let's find the TFT server. Does this drop by? Oh, I missed him. Oh, there's a raid. Joses. Don't know if you're still there, but thank you for the raid. He raided while AFK on purpose. That legitimately sounds exactly like something he would do. Cirrus. Okay, Lycia bloodlines are about a div. When I'm done, I'll call you. Lovely. Okay. So that should be a ton. But for now, we'll just take that. Whatever. It's just regret orbs. Presuming I can carry, you can just get called in at the end.
Characters ready.
Occultist pops. Where, look at how much clearer my whole screen is. That's nice. We can get the details on this farm. Honestly, so far it hasn't been that fucking profitable, so I don't know if I'll even bother putting details in. I might look for another one tomorrow. No game audio, no combat sounds. And that is intentional, and it is staying that way. And if you're playing this build, you know why. And if you're not playing this build, I would like to introduce you to the fucking Warlord Spectre, who just screams his head off every 3 seconds for no reason and never shuts up. Oh my god, it's so nice. Oh, it's so nice. Oh my god, the occultist pops. Oh, they're so sexy. I left my game open when I decided to take a break to play with my daughter. My wife thought I was yelling at my daughter and came to check on us. How did you get those pops? What the fuck? Well, I put Profane Bloom in, which was 30 div a minute ago and is now very quickly 40 to 45, and there are not many left. This side was 10, it's already 13. Double Fortress. Being a Svalin enjoyer again is so nice. I don't need the Unholy Mullet to take Profane Bloom. No? No, you can just put Unholy Might Forbiddens on at any point. Now for the Lycia Ascendancy, you need these gloves, basically. It's not really the only way. You could also go with 4 white triads. Is it a future builder problem? No, I messaged the guy who's doing runs. He said when he gets to the next run, he'll call me. There's not that many people doing the runs, so they're not like available instantly. But there's always 1 or 2 people doing runs, but the runs take, you know, 15, 20 minutes each or whatever. And at the end, they'll call people in. So like whenever he's done with his next run, I'll get a message and go do it. Beard runs? Nah, Sanctums. Lycia comes from Sanctum. Any of the new ascendancies would be insane for me. So like that, I am the normal ascendancy, right? So right now I've just spec'd into Plaguebringer instead of Unnatural. We bailed on Despair. I mean, I corrupted like half a quad tab full of gloves looking for Despair on hit and didn't get it. So Despair is on my Animate Guardian and I'm doing Temp Chains. So be it. Right? So forget about this Plaguebringer. This is temporary, right? This is the normal ascendancy that I would take, right? You need to find a way to get off one of these nodes to be able to take a bloodline ascendancy. So there's a few ways to do that. You can Forbidden Flesh and Flame one of these, right? One of these 3. And then just not take it.
Get your magic find characters
and then you
ready.
can take the Lycia Ascendancy, which will be roughly 40% more damage, right? The second way is to use 4 white socket triads or Commander of the Pit gloves to get your minions to have Unholy Might, right? Now, that's great. If you use these gloves, though, you do have to worry about them being reflect immune, so I did have to make a ring to go with it. If you use 4 white triads, you do not. Yes, I gave up malevolence, right? But either way, that gets rid of this node. As soon as you get spare passive points, right? As soon as you get spare passive points, then you can take a bloodline ascendancy. Well, spare ascendancy passives. And it's not really spare because Plaguebringer is amazing, but I will give up Plaguebringer for Lycia because this is 10% more damage and Lycia is 40% more damage. So that's 30% more than this would give, right? I don't understand the part about reflect. So if you're using 4 white triads, it just changes your minions into chaos damage. No need to worry about reflect. If you're using these gloves, they have a 25% chance for minions to gain Unholy Might on spell hit. That means that on average, your first like 2.7 hits are going to be full fizz, which means they are no longer fizz reflect immune. They will one tap themselves. Is double corrupt Alva right? The best way here? Not even. You can also Omen of Blanching to 3 sockets. And then Harvest White socket, the 4th, if you want to do it that way. But also double corrupting is fine. If you double corrupt them, you don't have a curse on hit though. Right? Which is fine also though, because you if you don't have a curse on hit in your gloves, you can also get a curse on hit in your rings instead. Exclamation mark specters. For which specters we should have? Wishable playtime. I killed an X-Arch first Void Stone and dropped a 120 div Forbidden Jewel. Yo, that's insane. What Forbidden Jewel is worth 120 div? Oh, is this the guy? It is the guy. Alright, let's fuck off out of this map. There are no game sounds. There are no game sounds. I have turned game sounds off. Jesus Christ. Does the enemy guardian have? A corrupted pair that have despair on hit. Any pair will do. What is this fella running? Looks like Penance brand. Get rid of that. Put this on. Boom. Any reason to run SNS on yourself and not your enemy guardian? No, no real reason. It's just how it happened this time. Like, it's fine. It's acceptable to do so. Do I? Any ideas for anoint? Anoints are up to you, but there are a few options. There are only a few options that are very good. Death Attunement if you want an extra Spectre. That's up to you. Decay Ward if your minions are dying significantly and you want to fucking stop that from happening. Vigor for an endurance charge if you feel like you're not tanky enough. And then for the best raw DPS, it'll be Corruption. So you choose one of those. Change to the how it works way better. Sure, we'll have a look. To-do. And now I have way more damage also. What did the last year Ascendancy do? Create Profane Ground instead of Consecrated Ground. I'm doing Consecrated Ground everywhere all the time because of my Pain Zealot or whatever it is. Eventually I'll get a Rational Doctrine, which will be even more reliable. I'm just not doing that yet. But so now we have Profane Ground. Profane Ground gives 100% increased crit chance. I don't really care about that. It also gives curses have 10% increased effect. The lead-in has 10% increased effect, so that's 20% curse effect. Cool. Profane Ground also affects you and your allies, granting Chaotic Might. Chaotic Might grants 30% of physical damage as extra chaos. That last line on its own is just straight up 30% more damage. Plus it gives Malediction, which is 10% increased damage taken and 10% reduced damage dealt. Plus it has the 20% curse effect. Member clusters need to be higher, like 85. It needs to be whatever item level it needs to be to get 35% increased effect. I don't know what item level that needs to be. I think it's 84. Oh, look at how fucking clean it is. The occultist pops is so nice. Video we have right now? Yes, I will be doing an update video tonight for sure. I know people expected more update videos, but I kind of just didn't update anything for like several days. And like there was just nothing to make a video on. But now we've done huge upgrades. So we will do a video tonight. I kicked him off the cliff. He kind of did. I got shoved off the cliff. It's correct though. Look at me go. Look at it. There's fucking the screen's empty of mobs. Like, what mobs? Never heard of them. The only mobs that are left are the harbingers who can't die. And I got to say a necromancer while I did it, which is pretty gross. By using spiritual aid, I can't figure it out. It affects the occultist pops. It's unnecessary, but it's also fun. It just makes the occultist pops really, really pop. Well, mana besides the jewel, because I need that for poison cap. Rings. You can get mana. You can get the same mod on rings. Like this. There are two ways to get it. You can Elder Slam a prefix on or craft an Elder Ring because it's an Elder mod. But you can also get it from the temple. I did not realize that there were synth curse implicits. Feels like something I should have used at some point. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. That's not really much. Although mine says 2 div. But I don't know if it'll go for that. What the fuck? There's no way you hit another +1/+2. That's so disgusting. That's so disgusting. You make me want to do more temple runs. Which will cost to hold? The ones in the guide? They should look like the ones that are in the guide. Look at the min-max versions. Cleverly. This cluster has Res life and attack and cast speed, and this cluster has Chaos Res life and attack and cast speed. Wait, how the hell do you do that? I have to price them all one by one? Once you've priced one thing of a class, you can control right click and like spam them all in, and they'll copy the last listed price. So you can put all your maps up for like 1 or 2 chaos or whatever they're worth. What's your gold farming strategy? Have a gold flask on, have rarity crafted on one of my flasks. It's usually on the gold flask so that it looks nice and pretty, and then never ever worry about gold again because it doesn't fucking matter. It's free. Couldn't run out of it, tried. New question, how do we inflict wither? Withering touch? Absolutely, fuck you. I want to spam chaos so hard. Okay, I might have to become less strict. Let's try that. Red has, yeah, I don't need any stats. Like, look at my things. That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Don't need them. Ooh. Although, speaking of stats I don't need. There's one more strength node there. And then 1, 2, 3 int nodes. Ignite. Get rid of some more ignite duration. 4 int nodes. One, two, 1, 2, 3. Oh, 4 int nodes. My bad. Right, you are. I don't really fucking need any of these, to be honest. Not a lot of int nodes that are particularly useful. 15 chaos each? Really? I'm already curse immune. Ooh. I'm not curse immune. I was curse immune because of consecrated ground. Yeah. Why not? That's why. Fuck you. Wait. What the shit? That's not right. I will take 4 of them for 12 chaos. Thank you. And I'll just wait. Thanks though. 12, I'll tell you what. 16. I pay slightly more. I'll just wait, thanks. That was, what the fuck was that? Anyway, let's take this ignite duration tattoo. Put that there. I don't think I missed any strength nodes. Everything I have currently is tattooed. Yep, only int nodes left. And since the in nodes aren't that fucking valuable, I think I'll take this 3-point jewel when it's time to put in my rational doctrine. Did you tattoo 1% block? No? Huh. I forgot to change that. Right. And if I change that to block attacks, then I'm only at 69. There they are. Hold on a second. Damn. Okay. Hold on. One percent chance to look attacked at 200 cows. You know, I'll just fucking be 1% off. It's fine. Fuck you. I'm running out of chaos and divines right now. It's fine. I will fix that though. That's 3 div. I will fix that at some point, but not right now. Right now I also need to buy someone come to my hideout to buy one single mesa map. It does look like it. Ta-da. Will be me 50 div is kind of pricey. Okay. 30 when I bought them. What, half 40 minutes ago? I'll tell you what, that makes the new Foulborn jewels significantly more appealing though. Occultist pops are 50%, but you can get 30% of the exact same explode by just putting in 2 of the new Foulborn jewels. It is the exact same explode. It's the dual Witchbane. Like, it's less. It's obviously less explode than the occultist one. Like, it's not as good. The explode is the same. The proc rate is not the same. But like, hey, I mean, call it like a stand-in, right? Like a halfway point. What's the best to send ships to? I have no idea. Don't copy me for King's March. I never know what the fuck I'm doing. Also, good news about those Witchbane jewels. You don't even have to have two. You can have one and get a 15% chance to explode, and then like tomorrow or the next day, grab your second one. And then a few days after that, be like, ah, finally, I've got enough to buy the forbiddens for the occultist pop, and then you can swap them and get even more explodes. You know, so last league you said that was useless. It's useless for everything except occultist pops. So it is technically 2 points wasted for slightly better occultist spots. Could you elaborate? If I'm the one that causes the occultist pop, which happens pretty often because of the cull, then the damage that occultist pop does will still scale with minion damage, because now I scale with minion damage. As part of getting the curse on everything, it's either curse on hit gloves or a curse on hit in your ring. Like a stopgap that's somewhat effective is you can use the tattoo for like 30% chance on hit to curse uncursed enemies with a random hex. It's not as useful, but it's something. Imagine if these graphs came with like 2 sockets each. Imagine how much that would change. just sockets. Just give me more sockets. That's what I want. Fuck, even 1 socket each would be so huge. Actually, even just 1 socket each would be so big. 1 unlinked socket, and I'd be losing my mind. Oh, I don't have enough to defer it. Oh, should have done that first. Yes, they did fix that. I just checked I have enough sockets for Witchbane. Oh yeah? I mean, you don't even need to double, right? You can just have one Witchbane. They could use a unique graph that has shit had no stats, but at one socket it adds a socketed gem on a randomly rolled piece of gear. No. I'm saying it would be OP, powerful, strong if there was just a single unlinked socket. Don't let me link another gem to my chest. That's fucking disgusting. Or better yet, somebody running them like fucking 9 link or 10 link gloves or helmets and be like, yep, here's another one. Like, Jesus. Imagine the Squire builds. Just, yep. Like, imagine if I could put vile toxins back in. I could keep the 128 breakpoint and just put vile toxins back in. That'd be fucking gross. Actually, I could. Okay, so earlier we were talking about the theoretical min-max of this build being a woke enhance successfully corrupted in a +1 chest, which would let you take the holy relic and put it in a red socket. What if we didn't take the holy relic and put it in a red socket? What if you took off the ashes of the star and put on an Ornithol's vow and just got another link? Ah. Why would that let me fit in another? What does Ornithol's do for auras? Let's try. This is a Harbinger Beyond Delirious map in the Scarab Farm, but I'm not in love with it. I think Cloisters might be better. Oh, the stuff we were talking about before, right? Oh, stupid me. Stupid Baylor. Minions recover 5% life on death. My minions are immortal again. Never mind. Me and my 20 SRS army can just keep all my minions immortal. back. And that's why head editor is 20 div less. They're back for now. We'll see if they keep it. Always finding a way to fit SRS into another build. I mean, but they're just fucking auto proc. Look at them go. There's just always a bunch of them everywhere. Look at him just get summoned constantly. Look at my little army. How do you auto proc them? They're in my Svalin, which I now have. They're also giving you Feeding Frenzy. They are also giving me Feeding Frenzy, which is a buff we couldn't fit in without the without them and the Svalin. And just today, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy that it took me this long. If I'd have league started this would have been what my character looked like on day 7, maybe 6. Hey, a reflecting mist. Nice. Yeah, we were having fun with Connect Blast. Was I? Is that what I was having? Was that fun? Was I enjoying dying all the time? So as soon as you get the craption tournament, I kick gloves. What gloves are your enemy guardian using if not Asanas? So ideally, your animate guardian wants to be the one wearing Asanas. But the important part is that your animate guardian has the ability to apply 2 curses, but he only applies 1. You want 2 curses, Despair and Temp Chains. So if you're in an ideal world, you're applying Despair with either a curse on hit corruption on a glove or a curse on hit ring. In an ideal world, you're doing one of those. You're doing Despair, and he gets the Asanas for Temp Chains. But sometimes that doesn't quite work out. Like, I corrupted half a tab full of these gloves, and didn't hit any Despairs, but I did hit Temp Chains. So I'm doing the Temp Chains and the Animate Guardian is doing the Despair, and that is fine. Slightly unideal. I'd rather it was the other way around, but it's fine. But essentially, you do 1 curse each. That's what that is. You do a curse and he does the other curse. That's all. That's like the important bit. Replacing with Feeding Frenzy better. Like that individual bit, not really. But I ran out of sockets. Incorrect. That's why you're using this. I actually don't know the overriding effects. I do know that in an absolute pinch, you could have a Despair Corrupted Asenath on the Animate Guardian and just have no curse on yourself. And you can have him apply both curses. But that doesn't work if you're doing the Occultist pops. The Profane set is 80 to 90 div now. Insane. Spiritual Aid for Reflect. Spiritual Aid would make Reflect worse in theory. Like it would make Reflect affect me more. I have it purely for the Occultist pops. Third curse. Which one would be best? Enfeeble or Punishment. If you could somehow do a third curse, it would be either Enfeeble or Punishment. I assume when you say you went with no Bone Offering, you don't mean you stopped using Bone Offering. You're still using it to give the minions block cap, right? You just got it not affecting you and fixed your own block. Cool, 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 cool. Yeah, I'm on board with that. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, it's that way. Ashes. Okay, so if you get a Corrupted Ashes where Ashes has an additional curse, then you have a problem. Because you both have the ability to apply 2 curses. Both you and your Animate Guardian. But you apply 1 curse each and that's still 2. So neither of you have exceeded the cap. So now you need a third curse somewhere. You need not just a third curse, but also the ability to have 3 curses. Oops. Nice. Is it Pee-wee Ninja? I think it's Pee-wee Ninja. Has a countdown timer for when the next Stash Tab sale is. Auto search stash? What do you mean? Like scrolling like this? Just hold control and scroll? How far can 300 to 350 div get me on this build? Better than the gear I currently have. PWDB is PWDB that has the sale timer. Right. User is one link do any damage at all since they're 100% fire? No, not really. I mean, technically yes, because we're, well, actually, very little. Almost none. And technically an amount of damage, but an irrelevant amount. It does 2 jobs. One is to give us Feeding Frenzy, which is fantastic. It's a buff that makes my minions do 10% more damage. And their second job is to pass the butter. I mean, to die. The second job is to die because they are weaker than in health than every other minion we have. They only have 11,000 health in my build. My Animate Guardian has 46. And my Holy Relics have 47. And my Spectres have about 30. So their main job is to die first, so that they recover 5% of life on minion death to all of the other minions. That's their main job. Their main job is to pass the butter. Would enfeeble would solve the curse. What? No, that solves. So there's two problems: curses and curse limit, right? So sure, an ass with an enfeeble corruption will solve the amount of curses, but now one of either you or your Animate Guardian has to have the ability to apply 3 curses, not 2. +1 curse anoint could save that. Yes, but then you would need to be the one wearing the gloves because you need to. The +1 curse anoint would work for that person because they have +1 curse as a corruption on their ashes. So then you have the ability to apply 3, so you would need to be applying 2 of them, and he can apply 1. Or I guess, no, I guess it'd be fine if you had the ability to apply 3, but you only apply 1, but he applies the other 2. That should be fine. Yeah, that should be fine. I heard you like maces. This dude here wants to run a lot of maces. Yo, that's, you've probably got enough. Do you reckon he's done buying, or did he just run out of space in his inventory? He's gonna come back and get the rest. What do you reckon? Nope, there he is. He's back to get the rest of them. Let's say the golem has an attack speed buff for you. But it also has a much higher mana cost. And you can proc shit in the Svalin every half second. See my Animate Guardian's health moving all the time because he is taking damage in the middle of those Harbinger packs. But like the SRS kept going like 17, 20, 17, 20, 17, 20 And so his health would just like move just a tiny bit at the top, and just he's never actually going to take any, he's never going to die because there's just fucking too many SRS around to kill first. Use Absolution for a while there too. I did, until I realized two things. There's two problems with that. The first one is you can't use a high level Absolution because it's an actual spell damage hit and you can reflect yourself and die. So that's awkward. And the second problem is it can have less minions. So there are less minions out and they have no health, which means they die at a breath of anything, which is on the surface sounds like a good thing, but you actually don't want them to die at a breath of anything. You want them to be less tanky than all your other minions by a significant margin, but you don't want them to die to 40 damage, right? And then the third problem is that Absolution, if you have it in, it goes thump 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 thump, and it doesn't shut the fuck up. Hello? What do we eat? Mango chicken curry. Yeah, alright.
It's not too much curry, it's not hot.
Oh, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
It's the first time I've cooked since
I mean, from the smell of it, it's already better than anything Mum's ever served. That's not hard. Yeah, fair. So my next upgrade has to be to get an aspect in, right? I'm feeling pretty tanky this time though. Like I just don't feel like I need aspect of the crab. But I don't need spider. It does fucking so little. Like spider is also like incredibly low value in this build. It's 5% damage taken per web. Yeah, but is it though? Because we've already got 110% increased damage taken. So you're taking it from 110 to 130, that one single multiplier. So yes, it's a little more damage, but not much. Yeah, that's the real issue, is the game got so fucking easy, man. Like they got rid of so much of the end game difficulty of mapping. I don't know about that. Flesh and Stone is exceptionally strong. And if shit has range, yeah, like anytime you face tank everything, ever, especially like actual bosses that you face tank. Determination over flesh and stone and arctic armor, right? Fuck determination. Svalin, you don't need that at all. Yeah, Svalin is lucky block, but it's still block. Like, it's still a boolean, right? You either block or you don't block. And if you don't block, you don't have other... The only mitigation that I have for the times I don't block is 5 endurance charges, arctic armor, and flesh and stone. That's it. Losing arctic armor or flesh and stone is literally 30% less tank. You already have too much tank. I've died twice today in these maps. Was it before the Svalin? Sure, but the Svalin doesn't make you any more tanky to one-shots. It's still block. It either the hit gets through or it doesn't get through. Less than half of the hits that used to get through now. But I'm still, when they get through, this doesn't, the hit that gets through block doesn't care about the Svalin I'm wearing. Right? Like the hit that comes through doesn't care. It should be. It mostly is, but not by that much. Not by enough to drop 30% of my tankiness. Literally become like 30, like that's an insane amount of tankiness to lose. Like an insane amount. And for what? 18% attacking cast speed that doesn't work in half the maps because of reduced aura effect? Pass. No. It does not get to 100 anymore. It still gets reduced by like, I think maxed out is like 96 or 97 or something. It used to get to like 114, which is hilarious. All on death explosions happen simultaneously, so they can both happen at the same time. I already have no RMR nodes because I don't have an aspect on. That's where we are right now. Is I just didn't put on an aspect. And now I have a ton more mana available than I normally have. And the consideration is actually just to leave it there like that and just not put on any auras. Because I don't feel like I need the aspect because the end game got so much easier that I'm just not going to bother. You can't leave that giant pool there? I can. I think I can. I think I can, and I think I'm gonna. Skitterbots? I already have a 20% shock from the graph. Try again. I already chill from Arctic Armor. Or be anywhere near the ground behind me, but yes. I'm telling you, it's aspect or nothing. Like, I've spent enough time playing this game and playing this build. Aspect is the only other thing of use, but the game got so much easier that I just don't care about trying to fit in the aspect. I just don't care. Haste to save on Tiger. Here's the really fun thing. Those reduced aura effect maps, which are like a bunch of them. It's really nice to be able to run that for free. Those reduced aura effect are only reduced aura effect on the player's auras, not on the auras brought by specters. So when you walk into a reduced aura effect map with a haste specter, you just get the full quality haste. It doesn't matter. If you bring your own haste, suddenly it works at 3% its value. The specter's haste is literally more valuable than yours. Double damage doesn't affect poison, and their movement speed is not relevant. There is one other option. It is actually Temporal Rift. No, not that one. Hang on. No, there's one that makes buffs expire quicker. People are using it on... Is that Temporal Rift? Causes debuffs on you to expire faster. Right. For a 10%er. Well, you could also have 30% quality from the ashes. So it would cause debuffs on you to expire 50% faster. And that would be on a single link. Plus you're already using the warp graft, which is debuffs on you expire 30% faster. So if we used that, it would actually be 70% faster. Debuffs expire on you. So, maybe? Maybe? $80, sorry. A particular debuff? Just any? Just all of them? Ignite, poisons, slows, the little graspy hands, fucking every debuff in existence. Just debuffs. Also, and this is big, because It's also not an aura, and it only reserves 10% mana. So we wouldn't even need to take mana reservation stuff. It's only a 10%, and it doesn't count as an aura, so it's not affected by aura effect stuff. It does still take a socket back. It would still need a socket. Alright, let's have a look.
Gonna do like one last blood before.
Hold on. Let's do this while I'm eating. Show screen. Boop.
Before bed. Okay, one more. Just a little bit more blood.
Just a little bit more. I can stop anytime I want.
Резинка, таблы, резинка. Mirror of Calandra мне выпал нахуй. Мне выпал Mirror of Calandra. Ебать. Mirror of Calandra нахуй выпал. Второй в жизни Mirror of Calandra nахуй.
As even as the same max challenges, mine has mana problems. It doesn't have mana problems anymore, but I have no idea if it does or not.
Yep. There you go. Yep. Anyone is questioning the strategy now? I don't know. Don't think he got that.
What? Did that say Wrath Zealotry?
Mega blood! What?
Oh, leftmost 2. Oh, leftmost 2.
Dude! Mega blood! Let's go!
I mean, even with 2.
Map, it has Zealotry, Wrath, Aura effect. What is that thing, dude?
Holy. Black Flame. GG.
Yo, slow the fuck down. I just did ritual for like 4 fucking days. I didn't see anything like that. It's gross. What the fuck?
Yep. T1 armor. No. 3, 2, 1. I hit T2 in block recovery. Mana.
Ooh.
Okay, perfect. We don't have any res on this. Perfect. 12 and 50.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah, you're right. They're all low. Alright. 5, 5, 4, 1. 5, 9, 8, 1. Oh my.
Yeah, alright. That'd be great if armor wasn't completely fucking worthless.
It's the right most. It's insane. It's insane, guys. The right most. Headhunter? Yo, natural drop Headhunter?
Mirror of Calandra. Ultimate. Immeasurable.
Сам бы мог бы тоже убить, но просто, блять, это так долго, что я просто не хватило терпения.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Boss Bailey, we face tank? Esther King, sweetie, we face tank all the bosses. What are you talking about?
Confía siempre en las manos, boludo.
Ooh. We face tank almost everything from almost all of the bosses. You don't want to stand in triple overlapping shaper balls in Uber Shaper. You don't want to stand in the one Cortex move where it goes like and then boom in the middle. And whenever the ball phase from Uber X Arch happens, you just fucking die. Eat shit. And then you wait out the rest of that phase in grace when you come back in. And other than that, we face tank everything else.
Okay. Okay. Ich hab ihn. 170 die Wein. 170 die Wein.
Еще один матчблад. Вот это уже интересно.
Os ataques ali que o Nemesis até apareceu, mano, pra me dar um mês. Ó. Cara, esse velho filho da puta também não me dá nada, pô.
It's got missing rolls. Just two of them. Oh no, all three, you're right. You know, it was a heavy time worth it. I mean, I'm making a profit, but I don't think it's as good of a profit as Cloister.
The doctor! The doctor! The immortal! Eu falei, velho, que eu vou voltar aqui daí do immortal. Vai ser salvo pelas fases, não. Dropou duas prismas. Pinecora Lock no CLT, meu irmão.
Valla geçen senenin Mayıs ayında
Yayına bak. Ananı sik.
ne düştü?
Also slow, but also not Cloister. Yep.
Valla.
Magnete ver diyor, headhunter vereyim diyor. Amına koydum o şeyi. Bir dakika dur. Düğüplandı mı? Düğüplandı! Amına koydum. Ver.
Don't take the rewards, you pussy. Push it to the end. You either get everything or nothing.
Ale syf! No pierdolicie! Ale... Co za kurwy! Czujecie, że nie mogę kliknąć kurwa tego? No ja pierdolę!
This guy can't use his robot or get into his wildwood.
Oddaj mi to! Nie, najpierw tam poszło ode mnie spore protipy, jeżeli chodzi o tego koteła, także wiesz.
I didn't know that one of these could have non-Val skills strike one additional nearby target. I didn't know that was one of the things. Did anyone in chat know that was one of the roles? Grass. I read through all of them, but apparently I didn't remember them.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Trying to PK with Whisper, yeah, what was that? Elon is a dick.
Oh!
Okay for Stormburst. totem or should
Yo,
I go for
notice.
profane ones?
Yo, notice.
Okay.
At 20 seconds, you give up the right to have that item and you got to give it away.
Yeah. Very good.
That's it. You don't deserve it. Too late.
Bonus strike?
No, no, too late.
Oh wait.
Should give that away.
Wait.
Throw it back on the ground. That doesn't belong to you.
What's that? That's an okay drop. Those are okay. I guess a couple mirrors will do.
Będzie fajne te bi.
Хоть один. О, я же говорила, что будет 336 дивайнов.
I did not know that could do damage. I wasn't even like paying attention. I
It doesn't do damage like that.
I did not know that could do damage. I wasn't even like paying attention.
It doesn't. Oh, that was in the list of the Ignite ones? Right. 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 Okay, there's a link to that. That makes sense. That makes sense because, like, I stand in that all the time. I know how much it hurts, and it's not that much. That was that. Nope, nope, not like that. Mm. Mm. Right. I'll be back in a moment. Let me get rid of this. Wash my hands. What were we talking about earlier that gives pops? Someone in the channel tell you, I forget. It's one of the new Foulborns. Witch something, I think. Oh, back in a sec. leftovers? What are the closest I have to fill up on vile rituals too? Nah. That was briefly lived. They're not really selling anymore. I wouldn't bother. I am thinking it's probably time tomorrow to just go to tier 17s and do boxes. It's probably still better than cloisters, and at least I'll be in tier 17s. Plus, now that I'm in a Svalin and everything, it's... I can do whatever the fuck I want. Like, we'll be good no matter what. All roads lead to boxes? Yeah, because whenever any other strap becomes prevalent, they nerf it so that we have to go back to boxes. That's... I've been really clued in on it for the last few weeks. All of our like end game farming options generally not being a lot of them, or them not being great, problems that have happened over the last several years. They pretty much all stem from the exact same thing. The patch when they removed the historic quant and rarity nerf on all of the league mechanic mobs from all of the different mechanics. After that, it's basically been all boxes all the time, with occasionally a good strat will prop up for like one league, or more likely half a league, because you'll be half a league through before someone figures it out, and then it gets immediately nerfed and back to boxes again. Whereas before that change happened, before the historic nerf, right? There was 40, 50 different strats every time that were all quite profitable. But then that historic loot buff nerf thing happened, and it's just slim pickings ever since. There's a scarab strat that's better than boxes. Do you need one of those giga characters to do it? I wouldn't mind that. I'd rather do that than boxes. Yeah, it's also risks, so that's real good. I do love me some risk scarabs. You need to be able to kill 8 mod. Yeah, I could do that. I really probably want to get my Amin Mahus and my Rational Doctrine to do that, but Both of those are only about 10 div each. And I've got everything else required to get into them, so... Back-to-back nameless rituals? Nice. Yeah, failed items on the two-stone filter. That's really, yeah, I really should. But I'm not touching the filter again today. But I will turn it off in tomorrow morning's update. We're going to suck at the rack and doctrine. So right here I have a jewel that doesn't have poison chance on it. So first thing I'm going to do is move one of my poison chance jewels into here when I need it to free up the jewel for one of them. And then I'm going to drop some floating life nodes, whatever the least efficient ones I have are, and get this 3-point jewel socket. And that's the 2 jewel sockets that I will need for my 2 jewels that are missing. Which is the Amenamahus and the Rational Doctrine. I'm gonna put stuff in tabs. Yes. If you like relog, it fixes itself. And I have no idea what causes it. You can also use other tabs. It's only one tab that gets locked at a time. Sometimes even relogging doesn't help if I had to close and reopen the game. That's a coincidence. So the relogging helps only once the item that's already bugged in there that's causing the problem becomes locked. You know, you've got like that 1 or 2 minutes or whatever it is to like change your mind about an item. Your first relog would have happened while that item was still locked. In which was still unlocked, in which case it doesn't fix the bug. Which graph powers are we looking at? I like these two. I don't think there's better options. This one, glowing silhouette, gives you like a 20% shock under every boss and comes with a minion damage roll. It's fantastic. And then this one, Heart of Flame, which you want cooldown, recovery rate, and skill effect duration on. We don't need minion duration. We don't care about any other role that it could possibly have. But we want the suffixes. Because those, in conjunction with this rune graph of the warp, is what you'll see up here, which is a 4,000 life molten shell that's just up all the time. Does Heart of Flame defense work for CI? No, because you have to be missing life for it to proc. Which we miss life just by attacking or summoning our Raging Spirit or anything, right? Because we've got skill cost as life, a little bit of it, right? So that's where we're getting that stat from and why it works. But if you're CI, you can't actually use it because you can't miss life. If you miss life, you're dead already. So there is a different version. I forget exactly what it's called, but there's one that only does elemental damage but does the same thing, and its proc requirement is that you apply exposure to an enemy. Doesn't work on physical damage, but still pretty useful defensively. If the mod is on that graph face. Oh, nice. Can also give it Elirez basically permanently. Cool. Morning. Resent Fizz's extra graph. Yes. It's used by a lot of the trapper builds. One of its suffixes can be like another 15% or something as well. I think it's 15. You drop Malevolence for Feeding Frenzy. Yes. Which technically was probably a damage down. Oh, it's 8%. It's 8% extra as, okay. Or 8 to 10. I knew there was a suffix for it, I just didn't quite remember what it was. Good chance for power charge. Yeah, there's a lot of good corruptions on there. Nothing I care about, but there's a lot of good ones. Ooh. Ooh, please. Huh. Split arrow. Ew. Ew. I'm not even gonna bother. We get consecrated ground regardless, right? Correct. Well, if you're using the Lycia Ascendancy, then you will never get consecrated ground, but all that consecrated ground will become profane ground all the time. Melee damage per 20 in. Yeah. Be on profane ground at all times. Even when I can't crit? Yes, although being able to crit is very easy. You just have a multi-modded weapon instead, and then you can unspec this. Why is that mod 20 div on its own with nothing? I need that abyssal socket on the weapon. You can get your abyssal socket here. You can even do this even if it's a rare and you're not using these gloves. You can put your abyssal socket somewhere else. You can put an abyssal socket in boots, gloves, wherever you want. The only place you can't put it is on our uniques. Drop it a save for one. Nice. Well, I'm definitely doing that off stream if I'm going to try and buy and craft on that. 6 available and they're easy to brick. All right. Looking to pivot away from Ursha to Zerka, but I'm not sure what to pivot to. Molten Zenith. Molten Zenith is really good. Okay, well. Listen, it's not that that farm didn't make money. It did. But like, there's nothing compared to cloister farming. It was like half the profit of cloister farming. So it might be time to look for the next thing. Oh, let's change back over to here. Could be time to look for the next thing. The Harvey farm wasn't great. Maybe it might be harder than non-headhunter build. Headhunter does carry that build quite a lot, or that sort of strat quite a bit. We'll do a little bit of cloistering still. Make sure we've got profit for tonight. Ta-da! Just ritual and cloister? Yep, just ritual and cloister. That's it. Glacier number 1 for sure. Is Glacier even... Hold on. Where are you? You're up here. Citadel's like... Isn't that like the cheapest boss? I've heard Glacier stacks like... Requirement to start Holy Relic and Solo Self-Found. Have a Dialas. If you're in Solo Self-Found, the block, the problem will be a Dialas. If you have one, go nuts. Alright, fuck it. Let's try Glacius. I mean, sure, why not, right? Yeah, but like Joffrey's is like, even if you start without it, you will drop one, right? Like you will drop one of those. Oh, hello. No, thank you. Thanks. Thanks for the warning, bud. It has to be auto-sufficient. Oh, no. I buy all my maps. I sell all the maps that drop and I buy all the maps I run. And I have every intention to continue doing so. Because you get people like this who make tabs full of 8mod maps that you can buy like 45 plus pack size, 120% quant maps for that suit your regex perfectly. You can just buy them. Like why would I use my own suboptimal maps? How do you find these people? I just set a trade up. what's the search? I'm not going to link in mine, but essentially, prefix and suffixes 4-4. Rule out whatever you don't want, and then decide what's important. Usually it'll be increased quantity like 120, right? But for cloister farming specifically, pack size matters more than quantity. Pack size is actually the only thing that matters, so I go 45% on that. These are all tier 17 mods that I didn't want to run, but I'm not picking up tier 17 maps this time anyway. Yeah, also there's no need if you're doing this to force, because like, who cares if it is a 6 mod map? If it's got 45% pack size, do I give a shit? I don't actually. I just want the pack size. I mean, as nice as these things would be, like, I'm just not paying 25-30 chaos a map for them. Like, it's not. Like, maybe if they were like, you know, if I'm buying these for 6, maybe I'd pay like 10 or 15 for originator ones, but when I run Delirious 8 mod maps. Because these are 6 chaos. And these are 25. If they even exist. If people were generating Delirious ones, then I would run Delirious ones as well, because it's just free. It's just extra mobs to kill. It wouldn't affect my actual farm, but it would just be extra mobs in my maps. So I would pay another 2 or 3 chaos if they were per map, if they were generating them. Farming hobbies, we farmed hobbies and beyond most of the day. I didn't love it. I didn't love it. So we're going back to cloister farming for just a little bit. Just to make sure I make a bit of money today. Too slow hobbies, honestly. I think more importantly, the farm, other than like getting tier 17 maps, which are just not like they're worth money, but they're not worth like enough money. Like other than that, it relies on a ton of mobs in my map, an absolute ton of mobs in my map, but it relies on them dropping things on the floor. But they're not boxes, they're not tiled rewards, they're not. They just don't have any. So they just don't have any loot. Because mobs don't drop loot. You gotta force loot drops. And that strat really doesn't force loot drops. Yeah, the XP was pretty good. I'll give it that for sure. Nice. Jesus, my damage is so much higher. Did you see that? Did you see that breach boss? Because I didn't. I have plenty of profane ground then. The same as when you take into account the minus percentage from occultist or for necro. If that the case, dot is better. So I actually just averaged. They are roughly the same. They're roughly the same in almost all cases. Depending on your setup, one of them will like inch the other one out by a little, but like just not enough to fucking matter, frankly. The relics are getting the damage, right? But I'm saying just then the relics had the damage. Getting that jewel doesn't make the potential damage higher. It just makes it significantly more reliable. We did not get very many stack decks this time. Just double checking. Yep. I am in the correct strat. It doesn't look like I did a new farm all day. I was doing Beyond Harvey Delirious 16.5s. It prompted us to change into the occultist stuff because that clear wasn't good enough. This is my second map back on Cloisters because it wasn't good enough and didn't make any money. The average on a map, 65. 65 out of Toxic Sewer or Defiled Cathedral or Jungle Valley. Those are the three that I've tested. Those all work really well. 65 average. Four specters. Will we get the fourth? There's so many options, man. I will do an update video tonight with all of the things that I've gone over, and I will cover all of the questions we've been getting 18 times a day. A moment being pretty pog. Yep. Relic is the best build I've ever played. Thank you. Nice. Me too. The only unfortunate thing is that it makes it really hard to play any other build because they're all
Get your magic
shit.
find characters ready.
You're like, but I could just be doing Holy Relic. You take Firebomb, which means you don't have to take the Forbidden Flesh and Flame Jewels. So they're essentially the same thing. They're the same explode, just at less chance. The Forbidden Flesh and Flame is 50%. The highest roll you can get on those jewels is 15%, but you can get 2 of them to replace the Forbidden Flesh and Flame, which means you can get a 30% chance to explode instead of a 50% chance to explode, but it's like half the price as well. So the answer is you start there, and if you want to get more explodes, you upgrade into the Forbiddens later. They do stack, but we don't have enough jewel sockets for that nonsense. And the rational doctrine, reliability. You will just always have that ground, always 100% of the time under your feet. How much is this build? Anything from 1 chaos to 5 mirrors. Yep, swapping to occultist is also super viable option.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Face disabler. Thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Oh, that's 12 again. $14 days. The most we made ever was 17 days. Still above embezzles at what price? I stopped bothering. They stopped selling at any prices that were worth your time to do. I guess I was making too much money out of them and everybody saw it, and the demand was very low. So while Esther King, me, and one or two other people were like supplying a bunch of them, it was fine. And then when a bunch of people started doing it, it was suddenly not fine anymore. We're like, so don't worry about it. There's no longer, the juice is no longer worth the squeeze. Just pick up the cloisters and go.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Hey. I'm in Jensen? It was 2 gifted subs. By the way, Boots, did you check yours? Oh, I forgot. Enhance or settle for... No, 128 is better. I was going for him not playing this league. I had no idea, but they were 80 to a div. Yes, or last time I was selling them. Let's see the name of a Danish comedian. Himself is quite voluptuous. Nice. Congrats. So you drop consecrated ground up time. Yeah, sure. But the pain artist is enough. And then the rational doctrine will make it perfect. Nope. You just need a 26 quality ashes or higher and a level 3 enhance in a red socket. I wonder where you'd sub in 60% poison chance if you played in a Mage Blood. There's only really one viable answer this league, and it is Adorned. If you really want to go Mage Blood, you are adorning some poison chance jewels. That was double ass the eyes to get some extra things. You can probably get away with that temporarily. I'm running Mage Blood with Rational Doctrine. I'll be able to hit 90% poison. I think Adorned, but that's hard. Is 90% poison including this jewel and this jewel? The 2 3-pointers? Because I've done it without Adorned, but it was a lot of Abyss sockets in my gear, and I don't know if that's worth it anymore. Points on the Atlas. 909 points on the Atlas. What can I farm? The rest of your Atlas completion first, and then almost anything you want. Nothing's beaten close to farm yet. For me. It has 4 voices and adorned KV Hierophant. Jesus. Yeah, that Foulborn sword that you're talking about is like a really, really budget entry weapon is nice, but I would not treat it as a permanent fixture of any kind. Like, to start with, you lose the automation. Second, you lose like half your speed. It'll probably come out at more damage, but there's like 100 things I could do for more damage on this build. But they all take away from the smoothness, which is the only thing I care about. How smooth and nice is the build to play? And using that sword makes it less smooth and nice. It adds extra buttons and it slows you down. It's clunky. It's just more damage. We don't need more damage. Who's thinking about running 8-2? What is the worst? What mods are the worst? Chance to block. If you're searching for thing, get rid of chance to block. Here is he? Okay, you're right. I shouldn't say we don't need more damage. I always want more damage. But no regen sucks too? Nah. No regen's irrelevant. I do always want more damage, but I would never sacrifice quality of life or smoothness of the build for more damage. In fact, I have multiple times pulled damage out of this build to make it smoother and better. Like, if you want more damage in this build, you should be using a wand. Like, you can. You can use not lancing steel. You can use barrage of volley fire with fork. And you can fit a vitality in and get a vitality life gain on hit. And then you have to shield charge everywhere. You move a bit slower and your wand attack is a little more awkward. But now you can have a fucking +2 level wand with 100 and something % minion damage, and also you can put the res that you need there, and you can get more attack and cast speed or crit or like all sorts of things, right? Like, there's so much you can get on minion wands, and it's a ton more damage than this sword. Would I ever do that? Fuck no. Fuck no. How's your current aura setup? Same as normal, except I literally dropped Malevolence and replaced it with nothing. I may fit an aspect in a little later. How much DPS % would you say they go into double clips? Not enough to be worth it. That's a stand-in jewel. Because I do not have my Aminamahus, nor do I have my Rational Doctrine. So there's 2 jewels I need. I can take 1 more here pretty easily. That's reasonable. And then the other one, this leaves for. Right? So there's a stand-in jewel there. For now. Idea for your mana petrified blood. I've tried it before. I just don't need it. It actually kind of makes me feel a bit more squishy because all of our tanky recovery stats are based on hitting things. And so what'll happen is you will hit mobs. They'll hit you at the same time. You'll insta-kill the whole pack because they'll all blow up. And then over the course of the next 4 seconds, you take a bunch of damage that you can't recover because you've delayed it.
Get your magic find characters ready.
I know what I'm going to do with my mana. Don't worry about it. Pixel Stardust. Thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Oh, but it does solve the poison issue and allow you to run a mage blood. It does? Yes, it would solve the poison issue and allow you to run a mage blood. But then you would have a clunkier build. Your build would be smoother and better if you just didn't run a mage blood. Like you've put on a mage blood for the sake of running a mage blood and made the build worse in the process. Like I wouldn't do that. Like the only thing you've gained from that set of changes is the ability to say I'm running a mage blood. And that's just not a good enough reason for me. Or did it not work that way? It does work that way, and balancing them is great. Baldos! Eee. Like 1 minute. Nice. Every time I've tried to do that, I turn my 2 mage blood cards into 0 mage blood cards in under a minute. Mad skills I've got. Show you a magic trick. Let me fucking make these mage blood cards disappear. I'm fucking good at that. I can make cards disappear all goddamn day. I've seen it. I've seen the math. I've seen plenty of people doubling up their cards all the time. Making tons. I'm telling you that when I involve myself in RNG things, the math don't matter. I'm unlucky. Consistently over 7 years of streaming. Ask any regular viewer who's been here for a while if I should be doing gambling. They'll be like, absolutely the fuck not. I have the anti-streamer client, the anti-streamer client. You're opening Valors over and over and you shouldn't? No, I definitely shouldn't. Oh, fuck. It's like 8:30. I want to go to bed already. Well, it's going to went up in price. When I was first doing this, the scarabs were 11C a piece and I was still making money hand over fist. They're now like 7, so they've actually come down quite a bit. If you math it out, you're basically only making 30 to 40 chaos per map on just stack decks, including buying your 8 odd maps and all the scarabs, right? But the maps take 5 minutes and those aren't the only things that you get, right? Like if you just count that, then you're only making 30 to 40 chaos a map. But you've got rituals in every map. Rituals shit out decent items pretty goddamn often. You're getting all of the ground loot. You're getting the maps. You're getting the tier 17s that drop. You're getting ore. You're getting everything else that's happening, right? You're getting all the scarabs. Like just on the cards, you only make 30 to 40 chaos a map. But that is a guaranteed can't lose 30 to 40 chaos a map you will always make. And then everything else that happens. Oh, 1 div per day is enough for me. Well, if you run 3 maps with this strat, you've already outdone that in profit. That's 15 minutes. If you spend 15 minutes mapping, your guaranteed profit is more than a div, plus anything that might happen, right? It's the guarantee that's appealing. And the thing, the one thing to watch out for is if you do get a altar. If you get an altar that says duplicate currency. Does that mean this? Yes. Exclamation mark. Strat or Alice, either one. If you get duplicate currency, the stack decks count as currency, which is funny. I would have thought they would have come under div cards, but they don't. This one right here, basic currency from items slain has a 39% chance to duplicate. That's stack decks. Their basic currency. Like that was a duplicated one right there. Yeah, boxes is definitely more currency, but like, see that? I got 18. Boxes is definitely more currency. But you could run 5 box maps and come out at a loss. If you run 500 box maps, you'll make fuck tons of money. Like you will. The strat isn't that variant. But you could run a few and actually lose money. Like it's not that high in variance. So if you even run like 20 or 30 maps a day, you're going to get profit every day for sure, but not every single map, right? I know 1 and 9 is absolutely bonkers. Yep. My estimate for boxes and the few times I'd run it would be about 1 in 8 is like a bonkers map. And about 1 in 8 you lose money on. Right? And that leaves 6. And of those 6, on 2 of them you'll break even. And on 4 more of them, you will make good profit, but not disgusting bonkers profit. That's like my averages from my experience doing it. I'd also like to mention that that's purely based on vibes, because I don't track nothing and I've never opened a spreadsheet in my life. I mean, I have, but I don't track. That's just how they feel. Yeah, it's a stupid price, but it does feel better with it. Yeah, it does. God damn that damage. Jesus. Anyway, stack decks all day. This is like my third stack deck map. I was doing the other thing all day. It just wasn't making money. Well, it was, but it wasn't making as much money. Nah, you can get boss altars in here. Whoops, I didn't look here. Damn it. Explain the gloves and the corruption. I mean, the corruption's pretty self-evident. I need a curse on hit to proc Profane Bloom. Right? So either Despair or Temp Chains. Preferably Despair, but I didn't hit Despair, so that's what we got. And this gives you Unholy Might. Chance on hit. So I have 50% chance to reduce Reflect here. Or 50% reduced Reflect there. And I have 50% reduced Reflect here, which makes them Reflect immune to Fizz until they proc Unholy Might, so that I could drop an Ascendancy node. So that I could pick up Bitter Heresy. Fuck, I came back in here to check the thing and then I got distracted. Those gloves already skyrocketed in price too. I don't know about skyrocketed, but I guess we were buying them for 15 chaos. This is only for occultist then, cool. Well, the corruption part is only for occultist. The glovers themselves are a way to just get out of unnatural strength. 15. I was buying them for 15. So they've doubled in price. But that's okay. Which is funny because you talked about it before the league even started. I literally told everyone my plan before the league started in the Holy Relic video. I was like, I'm going to do this. These gloves look interesting and I think I can make them work to save this Ascendancy point. The corrupted ones quintupled in price. Wait, there aren't any? Relax. You can, push comes to shove, you can get Enfeeble on hit. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I didn't even get the right pair. I don't have that much effect on the economy. I haven't even put out the video yet. I'm used to the video. The video is when I fuck up the economy. I'm not used to it happening just when I stream. That's new. Running whatever map we want with stack decks. Some maps do better than others. Defiled's fine. Glacier seems pretty good. Toxic Sewer's pretty good. Jungle Valley's pretty good. I tried Dunes and Strands. They're bad. Dunes is okay, but it seemed like it was averaging like 5 less per. Strands was significantly worse. Strand was like 40 a map at best.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Did you pick a new farm today?
I did a new farm for most of the day. I didn't like it. These temporal chains and +2 AoE. I mean, yeah, all right, sure. Yeah, so it's the pack size varies, sure, but some of the Strand especially, just I did 10 maps and it just like didn't put most of the mobs in the ritual. It was just like really bad for that. So I suspect most maps are pretty similar, but some of them it just fucking won't. It just doesn't want to put them in the fucking ritual. And Strand was one of those where just they did not want to put them in the rituals. And so, fuck that nonsense. Don't do it on Strand. And there's probably others, but I haven't tested every map in the game. Does the ritual respawns re-drop the stack deck mobs? Yes. I mean, they don't re-drop exactly the same amount of stack decks or anything, but it respawns those mobs. And then at the end of the ritual, they drop a pile of stack decks again. Biggest I've had was 32 stack decks from a single ritual, but it's usually more like 4 to 10 or something. See, 11 out of that one, right? That's where all the extras come from. Ritual, no dragging? No dragging. If they don't spawn there, they don't count anyway. You can't drag them in. It's a full game. I was thinking about it. Unit cost is a bit too high for me. This is an aspect of the crab in T1 life. It's just an option. You don't have to. Also, the gloves aren't the only way to get into this ascendancy. If you're just thinking about Lycia ascendancy, there's other things you can do. Like, you can put a, I think it's called a red dream or a red nightmare. You can put that in here and tattoo some block chants over the strength nodes, and you can get block capped without this. And then you can just drop Mistress's Sacrifice. Not block tattoos, fire res tattoos. Yep, that's what I did last league to block. This up to those gloves without a Svalin. Yes, those are not, the gloves are not Svalin related. Interesting. I do feel like I'm averaging maybe 10 or so more cards per map in Glacier. Surrender? I use Surrender. I mean, 10 extra cards per map is pretty massive. Like I was only getting 60 and now I'm getting 70. That's a big increase. That's 20% more returns for changing maps. I mean, these maps tend to take me like 4 or 5 minutes because I do the breaches and everything. No, close to scarabs. That's the whole farm. Ready to these runs? Exclamation mark Atlas. The strat is linked there. It's the only strat I've loved so far, so it's the only one on the front page of that document. I am still willing to try more strats. Not crop rotation. Mostly just because it's boring. Requires too much thinking. That too. Command, Alessia, Rational Doctrine. More damage. Yes, although I don't have Rational Doctrine yet. But that will make it far more reliable. Is it weird that I don't really love Ultimatum? Does anyone? Tons of people. How do you address resistances?
Get your magic find
I
characters
just
ready.
get some. I wasn't even wearing rare gloves before this because I knew this change was coming and I wanted my resistances to not rely on my gloves. Alan H. Salvador. Thank you for the T1 sub. I can't express how annoying it is that they added walls while we were all complaining about not having walls. Oh, we want ways to get rid of the walls. Can we have a way to get rid of the walls? The walls are really annoying. Can we blow up the walls easier? Sorry, did you say add 7 more walls? Wait, no! It's about to get those gloves with 2 abyssal sockets. Depends on if you've got a way to figure out what to do with your gem sockets. I didn't have a good way to get rid of my gem sockets. There's melee characters complaining about hives being overwhelming. What, both of them? Both of the melee players? Have you run a reflect map? I don't know. I haven't looked. Really smart. There are as many melee players as wanders. I know that melee is popular. I am aware. That doesn't stop me from making fun of them. Like, slams are pretty meta. All those melee builds are pretty meta. I'm very aware. I'm still gonna make fun of them because they're playing fucking melee. Like, they deserve it. I don't know. Oh, I brought a stick to a gunfight and it seems unfair. Yeah. Yeah. It would. Imagine entering a universe where you can command the elements, the mind, the dead, gravity, and cosmic powers, and you choose to doink things with a sword. They're not even swords. They're just sticks. Most likely I'm selling my organic ring. Ooh, why? What are you replacing it with? That thing was gross. It's still useful after doctrine. Less so. You're now really only benefiting from the zealotry part, which is like 4.5% more damage. Nice. I got a jewel for you for the low price of, I think, 150 div. The thing is, the MMO Guild Wars 2, one of the classes uses a greatsword as a ranged weapon by functionally using it as a wand. I love that, actually. Did you see the disgusting timeless jewel? Lupus? This is how good the disgusting timeless jewel is for wonders. I'm gonna leave the map right now just to show you. In the middle of, that's how gross it is. Also, don't buy mine because I've overpriced it intentionally. There are cheaper versions. You're gonna get it for 40 div. Just gonna copy it real quick. Just gonna grab my path of building. We're gonna come put it down here. Okay, you ready? You're watching close? 5% strength. Totem placement speed. 5% strength. Nothing on these nodes, so we don't have to worry about them. Down here, the way we normally come in also. 5% strength. 5% chance for double damage. 5% chance for double damage. Where else we got? Melee rage on hit is cool, but not good for wands. Over here, 5% strength. And down here, 5% chance for double damage. Wait, where are the two strengths that I missed? Oh, wait. Sorry, there's also a 5% strength there. I missed that one. Where's the other one? Don't think I missed another one. Oh, it doesn't search. But anyway, yeah. Fucking gross. Oh, there's one over there too. Huh. Three double damages and 5% strength. Oh, that's... Yeah, anyway. Just armor for an enemy guardian. The stuff in the guide. It is written on the guide website, and also there is gear sets in the path of building. I can't see any world in which we'd use a megalomaniac. Nah, not for us. Nameless here. Hello, Nameless. You shall remain nameless. Skin boots to make Glob curse immune. Why? He never dies anyway. I didn't even bother to get them. Command game fracture on the ring. Ooh, I am bad at crafting. But I'll have a look. Nameless Seer equals Trevor the Trash Collector. I don't like that because, like, picking up and collecting trash is like good, honest, and quite noble work. And I don't think we should besmirch their name by linking them to this garbage fucking Nameless Seer. Trash collectors and others get paid 150k. Yo, I'm gonna quit streaming to go become a trash collector. What the fuck? You suggesting Nameless Disappointment? Yeah. Such as easy to take the pit along with the Lacia and the Jewel. I mean, I stayed a Necromancer. I just switched out of Unnatural Strength. Plus, yo, that's fucking great. $4 a.m. to midday, come home, start streaming at 1 p.m, stream for 8 hours, and then go to sleep and do both jobs. You have a rig license though? Got it. Heavy, light, car, bike, fucking boat, jet ski. I want to get my helicopter license. I just like collecting licenses. Was I stupid just a minute ago? No. Okay, cool. You just don't want anyone to be able to say you can't legally do something? I'm gonna be honest, I can't remember if I've ever cared in my life about whether something was legal or not. I've only ever cared if something was ethical or not. But I also think it's pretty unethical to operate heavy machinery you haven't been trained in. So I would say getting a license for something is probably the correct thing to do. Also, there's boat and jet ski licenses? Yeah. I don't care if it's legal or not. Baylor the war criminal. I mean, I don't though. I don't care if something's legal or not. I care if it's ethical or not. In quite a lot of cases, those things line up. In some cases, they don't. More often than not, they line up the wrong way, not the way you're thinking. More often than not, something is legal but not ethical. And then that becomes the problem I have with it. Yo, I don't know how the fuck to craft that from there at all. That's a great fracture to have. Yeah, so it's... Wait. Nope, I didn't see that one. Yo, that's great. That's great. Alright. We're actually gonna have to call it a smaller stream. I am fucking exhausted. I need to go to bed. I need to make a video before I go to bed. I need to make a video before I go to bed. Do not get off the computer, Baylor. I need to make my update video. I tell you what, let's do the path of building up on stream first. Let me grab my own thing real quick. Because I want to copy my own homework. So I don't have to do it again. As you're rolling for maps. Oh, I'm just not running chance to less chance to block. Temporal. No, not that one. I don't have that one either. I have most of this. We'll just copy that bit. Copy. Configuration. Paste. Okay. Endurance charges. Time spent stationary. That one. Feeding frenzy near you. Sand stance. 15. Cast. Enemy on perfect ground. Minions use endurance charges. Minions have unholy might. Minions have chaotic might. So do I. Fortified at 10 stacks. Summon minions is always 10. Number of enemies nearby. Been hit. Consume corpses. Okay, so that should be all of that, plus you need it despair, level 1. Animate Guardian Curse. Whew. Did that say despair chains? Despair chains, fantastic. Thank you. You can get to do tier 17s on Holy Relic. I think I could possibly do it on 10 div, but definitely 20. 20 to comfortably be able to do it. Like if we're just talking like tier 17 boxes or whatever. Those are supported though. What the fuck? Why isn't culling strikes work? The base of your in-game setup? Oh, not even close. No Svalin, no nothing. No corruption. Well, sure. What did he do? I don't know. Apparently I can't find. Apparently I can't spell culling strikes. Thank you. That's not right. Yeah, that's probably about right. I still don't even have the Aminamahu's jewel. I'm missing a few levels. That doesn't feel right yet, though. I feel like that should still be a bit higher. Well, that doesn't make a difference. Okay. At least it doesn't make enough of a difference. This config option conditional is missing a source and is invalid. What? No? No, I have all of these things. I think it's not counting. Well, it is counting them. It is counting them. It has its damage physical as chaos. Okay, maybe I am only doing 13 mil. Sure. Maybe I am only doing 13 mil. Yeah, I got Wither up. I mean, technically the enemy's also blinded. Technically the enemy is also hindered, but I don't see hinder here as an option. But that shouldn't make any difference to my damage, so. Maybe it is only supposed to say 13. Feels like I'm doing a lot more than that though. I would have guessed that it was 20. Oh, I've got a 20% shock all the time. That's something. Nah, mine's 20. I don't know how yours is 30. Mine's 20 all the time. Can we reach dog cap with this build? Yes. Can I have duration on mine is applying twice? Actually, don't know, but mine's always 20. Like, always. And it doesn't seem to matter what boss it is either. Or what's rolled on the map. It's just 20% shock, and it comes from the graph. Yeah, I do have increased effect on my graph. 32% increased effect of non-damaging ailments. I also don't think that the 220% increased damage is doing anything. Oh, I do have zealotry. What level zealotry do those things use though? I'm pretty sure it's only like a 15. Maybe even a 10. I mean, that is still another 750,000. Fair enough. Is 11.7. All right, so about a level 10. Or 9. Or 8. Or 7. Not 3. Whatever, we'll call it a level 10. All right, there we go. Now I have the path of building to share with people on the video update. And a lot of things to go through. Is it jump for exclamation mark specters? I'll just put a piece of cherry on top. Absolutely not. But I might do it tomorrow. It is exhausted bedtime for Baylor. I woke up at 5, had breakfast, and then started moving houses. We only had the truck for like yesterday and today. I had to go back late this afternoon. Possibly 100% uptime on Heart of the Flame. Yes, and that's what I have. So you've been moving houses for 2 weeks now? Well, I haven't been helping until the last few days. And they've done all the little things and all the bullshit and all the packing and all the boxes. And what I'm doing is all the heavy shit. All the beds, all the cupboards, wardrobes, fucking weird giant barrels that my parents own because they think barrels look cool in your house. I don't fucking know. All of that shit. And it's worse than moving 2 houses. Right? We're moving 2 houses. But it's worse than moving 2 houses, because normally when you move a house, you pack up and then you move. But we're moving 2 houses that are both actively occupied by people into each other at the same time. We're swapping 2 houses worth of stuff, which is way worse than you'd think, because there's not enough fucking room for 2 people's stuff in one place. So like, no matter what you're doing, there's always shit in the way. It's actually fucking horrible. Hey, I'm looking without being connected. The Steel's Jewel, this thing. The Impossible Escape. It's right there. Is it about recombining? You could, but I wouldn't know. I have never done my own recombining. I have occasionally recombined something for my crafter, just following instructions, but I don't do it. I gotta run though. I'm off. What is the crab? A prefix or a suffix? Suffix, I'm pretty sure. It's between 89 and 87% bulk chance against 90. Yeah, probably around 3%. Okay. That's not the right way to look at it. It's actually not 3%. It's significantly more than that. You're about 30% squishier at 87 than at 90. Right? If you're at 90, you get hit 10 times for every 100 hits. Right? When you're at 87, you get hit 13 times out of every 100. That's 30% more. You can hit 30% more. Vivid Watcher Spectre trying to disconnect bodies in a T3 harvest. Harvest specters are annoying because they only exist on the ground for about 2 seconds, which means you have to kill one without exploding its corpse, and then in that 2-second window, hit Alt, find the corpse, and pull it off the floor. I'm gonna head. I will see everybody tomorrow. Goodbye.